1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Down now. The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets open for an abbreviated trading week this morning after being closed Monday for President's Day. When they open, they'll be looking to rebound as all indices fell Friday, finishing the first down week for the Dow, the Nasdaq, and the S&P 500 in 6 weeks. Walmart will be reporting earnings before the opening bell this morning. Home Depot also reports earnings today and will also get the January report on the U.S.'s leading economic indicators. Multiple reports indicate Capital One Financial is planning to buy Discover Financial Services in a deal that would merge two of the nation's largest credit card companies. It's a reported all-stock deal worth $35.3 billion. And according to reports, the European Union's regulators will hit Apple with an over $500 million fine over allegations it broke antitrust rules by hindering access to its music streaming rivals on its platforms. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Maybe it's a post-pandemic phenomenon, a generational sign of the times, or a combination of both. Young workers recording themselves getting fired and posting it on social media.
And to be let go for no reason is like a huge slap in the face from a company that I really wanted to believe in.
Can absolutely understand how you feel that way, why you feel that way.
That video, posted by TikToker Brittany Peach in January, has been viewed millions of times. She said coworkers at cybersecurity firm Cloudflare had been getting random 15-minute call invites all day, so she was expecting the worst. On her call, Peach asks for an explanation and defends her job performance, but gets nowhere. In a response to the viral video, Cloudflare CEO Matthew Prince called it painful to watch, writing that no employee should ever actually be surprised they weren't performing, and that just because they fire someone doesn't mean they're a bad employee. But layoff videos aren't the only thing that's been trending for Gen Z workers. So-called lazy girl jobs allow time during the workday for things like doing yoga, taking a walk, or going shopping.
Just like daily, day-to-day things that I needed to get done that if I was working a job where I didn't have the flexibility to do that I wouldn't be able to do it.
To be clear, that doesn't mean the work isn't getting done. Gabrielle Judge, the TikTok creator credited with coining the phrase lazy girl job, says she had satire in mind while trying to make a point about workplace culture and that wanting more of a balance isn't the same thing as being lazy. These kinds of trends and priorities matter. A recent forecast from job review website Glassdoor says Gen Z, those born between the mid to late 1990s and the early 2010s, could become a larger portion of the U.S. workforce than baby boomers this year.
I think big picture, let's try to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Taylor Riggs is co-host of The Big Money Show on Fox Business.
I remember as a millennial, I came into the workforce and a lot of the Gen X boomers kind of negative on you, saying, oh, you don't have a work ethic, or you won't show up, or you want your work-life balance, or whatever it was. Gosh, 10 years ago, let's say, when we all first started joining the workforce. But I think that they learned that with the right guidance and mentoring and coaching, millennials, or my generation, will step up to the plate. We want to work hard. We want to show up. We want to do the right thing. So I am hopeful that, as horrible some of the things that we've heard about this younger generation, I hope that they aren't true, because the same things were said about my generation, and frankly, we proved them wrong. Well, for the most part. So I'm hoping that for Gen Z or these young people coming in, we do know that the stereotypes are they want work-life balance. They don't want to come into the office. They don't know how to email. They don't know etiquette with their boss. But I'm really hopeful that if we give them time, mentoring, coaching, they too can turn it around. Because I feel like every young generation sort of has that negative stereotype, but eventually they sort of fall into place.
So definitely showing up in person, it can be easier to prove yourself. But also, you mentioned work-life balance, and that's another thing that gets me thinking back to lockdown and when everyone wasn't in the office for a while there, or most people weren't. Because isn't that one of those things, work-life balance, that we started hearing more about for everybody? Everybody was more concerned about it when the pandemic started waning and everybody went back, or a lot of people went back into the office, right?
Yeah.
Priorities change.
Yes, and that is true. And you can't change sort of the way that the country is moving in that aspect, which is a focus on mental health, on work-life balance, and all those things. And I don't want to discount that. I think those issues are important. I heard a great quote that when you die, your employer will replace you tomorrow, but your kids will never replace you. So all of that big picture makes sense. But if coming into the office 3 or 4 days a week instead of staying at home 5 days a week can help give you that extra edge, can help with the water cooler talk when I run into you in the hallways and we get to chit chat for 5 minutes on this cool new project that we're working on. I think those little steps can make the difference in this broader narrative of, yes, we are more focused on commute times and work-life balance, but I don't think that that means that you can never come into the office ever again and have those really fun special moments with your colleagues a few days a week. I've heard companies doing really fun things that instead of saying your podcast team comes in on a Tuesday and live radio comes in on a Wednesday and TV comes in on Thursday. Well, that doesn't make sense because then we're still not interacting with each other. Let's have everyone come into the office Tuesdays and Wednesdays so we can all see each other, all collaborate, and you're sort of forced to all do that together. So I think coming into the office for the sake of coming into the office is a little silly. If you're coming in for a purpose, a meeting, something collaborative, then I really see the point of it. And I feel like that's something that the younger generation can really get behind.
As workplaces change and evolve over time, it's interesting how certain types of etiquette may change, but other things stay the same. Like maybe you used to have to know how to write a letter properly, and maybe now it's knowing how to write an email properly. But there are also new boundaries that end up sort of getting crossed that maybe shouldn't be crossed. And one example would be how some younger workers have started to record and post on TikTok, for example, their firings and layoffs. Maybe not the best signal to send when you go to apply for the next job, right? Are people still not getting that, like, things on the internet last?
I know. And I feel like there is a lot in this younger generation that wants to just be the influencer who goes viral on TikTok by posting an outrageous thing, such as what you just described. I'm hopeful that the majority of them understand that, first of all, I'm old school. If you are going to be getting laid off, I would hope that the company would still bring you in person and not do it over Zoom. But I'm not an employer, I'm an employee, so I don't have control over that. If it does happen over Zoom, I think you're right that sort of history has showed us, and older generations would tell you, it's grace, it's gratitude, it's leaving with your head held high, because then that will carry you through if you need a recommendation for the next employer. But, you know, I don't know. This is a brave new world. We've heard Gen Z say that they're afraid to pick up the phone. So they'll kind of do a text message, that they don't really know how to email, and they definitely don't want to talk to you on the phone. So I think you're going to be seeing the shift where employers and bosses who are this older generation are going to have to figure out how they're going to communicate with the young ones coming in.
One of the things I find very jarring lately, in or out of the workplace, is how much more prevalent artificial intelligence already is than it may have seemed just a year ago. Like, it felt like all of a sudden there was Chat GPT, and that kind of blew the lid off of the whole thing. But now cell phone companies are advertising their new phones with AI built in. And it's like, wait a minute, is, you know, AI in certain conversations has such a negative connotation already, but now it's being marketed already as a positive thing. Where, like, how are people supposed to understand and get their heads wrapped around that juxtaposition and what's it for and what it does?
I am on the whole a big believer in AI for some of the specific use cases that I'm hearing from companies. Yes, we can talk about the inherent biases that AI presents. If you're Googling a search result and the filter comes up and the person who has made that algorithm and the algorithm that AI is using then has that inherent bias. Those are clearly the downsides to it. But when we're talking about AI, and NVIDIA is the leader in this, they're going to actually be reporting their quarterly results on Wednesday. The proof is in the pudding, and they are killing it. And every company that talks about AI and talks about the use cases of AI is crushing it. So we're looking at NVIDIA on Wednesday to be reporting for that year double in revenue what they did the year before, mostly on AI. So when you have a lot of skeptics come in and say, I'm not sure about it, it kind of blew up overnight, right? It's new. A year ago, we weren't even talking about it. What I'll say is in the last year, we've asked these companies, show us the proof, show me the money. How are you using it? Is it just a fad like the dot-com bubble, or are you really using it to help productivity, to create new products? And the money is showing us it's impacting the companies in the best ways. It's increasing productivity, it's hitting the top line, it's increasing their profitability on the bottom line. So it's working. I don't know long term, what it means for society, for job losses. A lot of job losses have been in tech, but up until now, there were really high expectations. And frankly, all these tech companies are rising to the occasion and showing us that AI has been worth all the hype.
There's been a real tug of war in the markets lately, as there often is, over what the Fed may or may not do at its upcoming meetings, partly after the latest inflation reports came in hotter than expected. But then we saw retail sales dip more than expected in January, right? Where does that leave the Fed with? Do we cut rates? Former Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers even suggested there's a chance they could actually raise rates.
Isn't that
again?
Wild? Wild. Yeah. So really hard for people sitting at home who are confused because every day it feels like the narrative changes. I think overall what I hear is inflation is hot and it's still too hot for the Fed to cut immediately. March is off the table. May is likely off the table. Larry Summers is right in that the risks, I don't think the Fed will hike, but what I think he's hinting at is the risk of cutting too soon still outweighs the risk of keeping rates really high and potentially pushing us into a recession. Because if you cut rates, inflation is just going to reignite and reaccelerate. And that really is an economy crusher. It hurts some of the lowest, poorest communities way more than a recession does. So I think that's sort of what he's getting at. Retail sales was a disaster, but the consumer, for the most part, is actually doing okay-ish. So until we start to see some of those long-term trends really roll over, I think the Fed is committed to bringing down inflation.
Yeah, I wondered, you answered my next question because I was just wondering if that retail sales report kind of is telling a bigger story than just a post-holiday slump, for consumers.
I think if you look underneath the hood, there's some concerns about delinquency rates are rising. Credit card balances are at an all-time high. We're going to be hearing from Walmart and Home Depot this week. That should give us a really good idea about how the consumer is doing. In Walmart's case, how the lower end consumer is doing, who's been getting crushed by inflation. So they'll give us some insights. I think you are at that point where you've started to see it turn a little bit more than economists had expected. Some of the numbers are concerning when you're looking at, again, 30, 60, 90 days delinquent on credit cards. The numbers are going up, and they're going up for younger and poor Americans. But again, you're not at that point where the Fed is going to be worried enough about it to start cutting because inflation still has to be that number one priority.
Taylor Riggs, co-host of The Big Money Show on Fox Business. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, postnasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Stay warm this month with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniel's is America's oldest registered distillery and aged in handcrafted, toasted, and charred new American white oak barrels. Stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits location to pick up Jack Daniel's Black Label, Tennessee Honey, Tennessee Fire, and Tennessee Apple 750 milliliters on sale all month. And please drink responsibly. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020 Jack Daniel's. All rights reserved.
For a limited time, when you call Oliver for a new air conditioner, you'll get a gas furnace for free. You heard right. Buy a new high-efficiency air conditioner today, and the gas furnace is free. Plus, 0% financing and monthly payments as low as $99. Call 855-275-6548 or visit OliverHeatCool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just one question can save a child's life. Before your child visits a friend, ask if there's an unlocked gun in the house. With an average of 13 children dying from guns every day, guns are now the leading cause of death among children. Ask the question and do your part to keep children safe. To help get the conversation going, 59 regional hospitals united to offer life-saving tips. Learn more by visiting hospitalstogether.com. That's hospitalstogether.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Biden says he's willing to meet with House Speaker Mike Johnson to discuss a funding bill for Ukraine's war against Russia. GOP Congressman Corey Mills telling Fox's Kudlow.
We need to be focusing on the priorities, which is the Senate passing H.R. 2 Secure the Border Act, and us taking care of the American risk, which is our southern and northern borders. I will be clear. I will vote no on all funding to Ukraine. Our priority and my priority is to be the one who is carrying out my duties, my constitutional oath.
Senate passed the $95 billion aid bill, but Johnson's declined to bring it to the floor of the House. President Biden says he's considering economic repercussions against Russia following the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny in prison.
We already have sanctions moving, and we're considering additional sanctions, yes.
And Navalny had previously survived a poisoning attempt. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
William Byron won the 66 Daytona 500 for his 11th NASCAR Cup Series victory. Alex Bowman was second. Austin Hill took the checkered flag in the Xfinity Series race, the United Rentals 300. The Brooklyn Nets fired head coach Jacques Vaughn. Former UConn head coach Kevin Ollie becomes the Nets interim coach. Connecticut women's coach Gino Auriemma surpassed Duke legend Mike Krzyzewski for second place in overall Division I career victories. UConn downed Creighton 73-53. Austin Matthews scored his league-leading 49th goal of the season. The Toronto Maple Leafs topped the St. Louis Blues 4-2. Matthews has 7 goals in 3 games. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
What I know is Caitlin Clark is greatness. She's also the example of name, image, likeness. Why the era of NIL is here and it's here to stay. In this case, she becomes the all-time leading scorer in Division I women's basketball history. It didn't take her very long, surpassing the record set by Kelsey Plum. She then goes on to score, 49 points. She sets the Iowa all-time record for most points in a game. She is now 98 points away from Pistol Pete Maravich, which deserves mention, but I will mention that Pistol Pete had 3 seasons and there was no three-point line. And speaking of the three-point line, the range, she shoots from all over the place. Between 30 and 35 feet, she is 40% on the season. That is insanity to me. And she breaks the record with a 40-footer, drains it, and then proceeds to go on and just post bucket after bucket.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 4. Find out everything you need to know about buying and selling a home. Considering a career in real estate, visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday at 4.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
On complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text FLASH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text SLASH to 321-321. That's slash to 321-321.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
With the right treatment and support, recovery from addiction is not just possible, it is probable. Millions of Americans have gone on to live fulfilling lives in recovery from addiction. You can start your journey to recovery today. Call 1-800-662-4357 for drug and alcohol treatment and support services in your area. Recovery starts with a call. Contact 1-800-662-HELP today.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
For a limited time, when you call Oliver for a new air conditioner, you'll get a gas furnace for free. You heard right. Buy a new high-efficiency air conditioner today, and the gas furnace is free. Plus, 0% financing and monthly payments as low as $99. Call 855-275-6548 or visit oliverheatcool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. We all want to trust the people that service our cars. That's why you should get to United Tire and Service for their fast and friendly service. From a fast oil change to needed engine repair, they take the time to get to know you and your car. Always working to get you the very best tire prices by shopping the competition to save you money on all major brands. Check out one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or schedule your appointment today at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, February 20th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. We've got Anthony Dorenzo and Captain Kirk with us today as our associate producers. Jimmy Fala will join us at 9:30 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
3-day weekend go well?
It did. We helped raise a lot of money for autism in Seattle City. Had a lot of fun.
Great work.
Mike's Seafood.
Beautiful.
Awesome. Great event. Thanks for everybody coming out, including our own Jason Kelsey and Kylie Kelsey. They were there too.
Oh.
So thank you for coming out.
Very nice. You and Larry yesterday rank your presidents for President's Day at the dining room table?
We have these, I'll have to tell you about it. We have these silly placemats like you had for your kids, which Greg Stocker has right now.
Uh-huh.
The presidents, the states.
Ah.
You know, so we have the president. I brought out the old school placemats from when the kids were little, talked about Lincoln and George Washington, all that silly stuff.
Beautiful. Gregory, how are you?
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Is there any truth to the rumors that you bought 10 pair of Trump sneakers and are now selling them out of your trunk of your car?
Yeah, I have them on right now.
Okay, I know you're a sneakerhead, so I was just curious.
The gold, though, when it rains, it runs, so you have to be careful about that.
A huge collector's item.
Yeah, there you go. Going for thousands of dollars on the resale market. We will get to all of that this morning. A lot of stuff has developed and transpired since we were last on Friday. We will get to the big take this morning on Donald Trump and what happened in New York to the tune of over $360 million. We've got truckers for Trump. We've got SneakerCon in Philadelphia for Trump.
Woo.
We've got GoFundMe's for Trump.
What a world. I just
A lot of Trump in the first
Every
hour.
day I wake up and I'm just like, cool.
This is life.
Another day.
This is
another day.
The content never dries up.
Oh, my Lord.
I've been dying to do this show for about 20 hours now. All right, we got a lot to get to this morning. The big take, we've got the cut sheet at 7:45. Jimmy Fail at 9:30. 8:30, we have only one of 3 keywords left today.
What?
Day number 14 of the Disney keyword.
So this Friday, we're going to call the winner on the air. Is that correct?
Rumor has it, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, and by the way, Sean Ferris yesterday crushed it. Great job out of the former president of the United States. I was able to catch the last half hour of him yesterday.
That boy has a future.
I know. There's a real gift when you can talk to yourself for 4 hours.
I know.
It's a real art.
It really is. Yeah, he's
and I had
very
to do
good
it
at
for
that.
many years in sports radio.
Yeah.
And by like 2.5 hours in, I wanted to put a gun in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But the ability to do it for 4 hours is really remarkable.
Yeah, you know what this radio station does? We find new talent here. That's how we roll. That's how Greg Stocker rolls. Speaking of talent that is found, Jimmy Fallon coming up at 9:30, right? I would like to take a little bit of credit for that success too.
Oh, so you created that guy too?
I didn't say. I'm just
okay.
kidding.
All
I'm just busting balls.
All right. We got a lot of good things to get to, but let's get to the news right out of the gate. Round number 1 on this Tuesday morning at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, and good morning. Tuesday, February 20th. We are at 26 degrees, warming up. I'll tell you how much we'll warm up, especially as we move through the week and the day. So new details this morning on a tragedy still unfolding in Bucks County after a man has been formally charged in the murder of his 19-year-old ex-girlfriend, Jaden Batista. She was just 19, stabbed to death outside a Bucks County home. So her ex-boyfriend, according to police, 23-year-old Trevor Weigel. So he has just been arraigned, charged with first-degree murder, according to the Bucks County DA there, Jennifer Scorn. Officers responded to that call on the 2500 block of Waterford Road in Lower Makefield, and it was reported that a neighbor saw that somebody was trying to get inside the home from a first-floor window. By the time the officer got there, he then sees a man standing outside a red Mustang with the door open, and before the officer could even get out of the patrol car, he sees the man chasing a woman, tackling her before beginning to stab her. So he literally said he was trying to pull this guy off of this teenage girl who had broken up with this guy, hadn't dated him that long, according to the family. Just such a tragic story that every second mattered in this girl's life, but they could not save her life.
Just awful.
It's a horrible story. Still unfolding, still just trying to figure out everything that happened here, but the officer, they obviously rushed her to the hospital and could not save her life.
Did you say where specifically in Bucks County this was?
So this was Lower Makefield. Police, Lower Makefield Township, and it was at the 2500 block of Waterford Road there in Lower Makefield Township. So this whole thing actually unfolded Friday afternoon. And so we've been the community reeling from this and the investigation unfolding. As far as the suspect, who's now identified, 23-year-old Trevor Weigel, he's hospitalized. He had then stabbed himself, said that he was trying to commit suicide, but did not complete the job. He's expected to live. They couldn't save the 19-year-old victim, Jaden Batista. So her family grieving, the community shocked, and that's the latest, and we'll continue to update you if there are any more updates. We do have an update we have so many police officers in our area under fire, and we've talked about this, my goodness, maybe at least 4 or 5 that I can think of just in the past couple of weeks. And so in this case, we have an officer-involved shooting. The suspect has been identified, and we're just trying to, again, still under investigation. Here's what police are saying. This is in Chester. Suspect who was shot and killed during that police chase. This was an officer-involved shooting in Delaware County, and that officer and the suspect identified. The officer this morning is identified as a 16-year veteran on the Chester police force, is now, thank God, home, released from the hospital, and recovering after being shot. So he's identified as Detective Steve Byrne with Chester Police, 16-year veteran. Now, the initial reports over the weekend were that he was shot twice. He was shot twice. However, thank God, his bulletproof vest stopped one of the bullets from piercing him in the chest, and perhaps, the unthinkable could have happened there. So another bullet did get through to his side, and that one did. So that's the one he's recovering from. They did the surgery successfully, and thank God he's at home. By the way, Detective Steve Byrne, he had the day off. He came in, he was called in to help with an investigation, and because there was a drive-by shooting. And so that was what led to this police pursuit. And they said that the suspect in this case, this ended in Chester, the suspect, crashed on West 14th Street and Arbor Drive. The driver, ID'd as 40-year-old Taraz Armstrong, gets out of the car, and they said when he got out of the car, as he's getting out of the car, he's firing.
Yeah, there's definitely an epidemic going on in this country right now of police attacks and assaults. I think New York has seen record numbers, and there was one just over the holiday weekend, I believe. I don't know where it was, but it was somewhere in this country. 2 officers and a paramedic, I think, were shot and killed. It's got to stop.
It's all too often. We just had that one, in Delco. I think we've had 4 or 5 if you look at the entire region just in the past 2 weeks. But yes, you're right, Nick. It's an epidemic. So other news of the day. I just want to get to some financial news real quick here. Capital One, this is huge, announced, it's a marriage of sorts. So it's acquiring Discover Financial Services, $35.3 billion. It's an all-stock deal, giving the bank a leg up on the competitive credit market. So this is huge news in the financial world. Capital One says it believes the deal will close late this year or early 2025. So we've got that going on. Finally, I have to close on something a little lighter just because the news is so heavy this morning, as we are sponsored this morning by Wawa. So Wawa brings us the good news of the day, and that is that we have a horse rescue this morning.
Thank God.
Okay.
A horse rescue?
A horse rescue.
Horse.
Oh.
Okay.
Mr. Ed's okay?
Oh, I'm okay. Yes. So there were drivers on I-95 early this morning announcing that there was a horse running down I-95.
Are you kidding?
That's something you don't see every day.
Maybe trying to beat Greg Stalker when Stalker gets here in the wee hours.
The horse knows.
You start at 6 a.m.
So they said that, yes, the horse was running free on the highway northbound right near the Girard Avenue exit, and they were able to catch the horse, and I'm not even making this up, and we are sponsored by Wawa this morning, but they actually tied the horse near a Wawa, who then donated a big bucket of water.
And they grabbed him a sizzler.
That's amazing.
And so he's a happy horse. He was very thirsty, very hungry, maybe some little apple slices,
What time did this happen? Does it say?
So this was, they just had given the horse the Wawa water right around 5 a.m. this morning.
Okay.
What?
So this was in the 4:45 to 5:15 time period.
I think we should name him and then bet on him at the Kentucky Derby.
But
did they have any idea where he came from or anything? No.
That's what the police did a good job corralling him in the Port Richmond section of the city. Somehow
he was trying to escape Port Richmond.
Oh, stop. He was on a Wawa run. Okay?
He was. He didn't realize. The horse doesn't realize they don't start serving pizza at Wawa until 4.
4. He's so disappointed.
We need boys in the back, Captain Kirk, if you can grab the video footage of that. Kevin Poole saying there was video footage of it. I want to see the video.
Analyze it.
It's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
So 27 degrees right now. We will heat up to the low 40s in our forecast. 42 degrees. The sun comes out. Tomorrow 45. The warm-up begins Thursday, nearly 50 degrees. And then Friday, 52 degrees. Maybe some showers and sprinkles moving in Friday, but still 52. Weekend, just looking ahead, in the mid-40s and sunny. So the only real day of precipitation I see is Friday, but still 52 degrees. Wawa, thank you for saving the horse, and thank you for your new Snack and Go wraps. Make any time snack time. Try a built-to-order Snack and Go wrap today. Flavors like buffalo or honey hot chicken, only $2.49. $2.49. Gotta have a Wawa. This is Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 Tuesday morning as we get another week going with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. Trump gets dumped on in the Big Apple. On Friday afternoon, as we broke for a 3-day President's Day weekend, the breaking news came down. Former president and current odds-on favorite to reclaim the White House, Donald Trump, was hit with a historic defeat at the hands of Judge Engoron and New York Attorney General Letitia James in his New York civil fraud case. Donald Trump was barred from operating his business in New York for 3 years and was found liable for more than $350 million in damages in the civil fraud case brought against him. Judge Arthur Engoron handed down his ruling after months of courtroom drama, which started in October after Trump was accused of inflating his assets and committing fraud. This comes on top of the $83 million that Trump was ordered to pay after the E. Jean Carroll ruling. Also hit in this ruling was Eric Trump to the tune of $3 million and Donald Trump Jr. in the amount of $4 million. Trump and his team obviously will appeal this ruling. Now, keep in mind, this was already determined in September. Friday was merely to determine the penalties. And in my opinion, this ruling is a disgrace, politically motivated, and was in the works for years. Now, I believe in law and order and the rule of law, and I don't believe any Republican should be treated differently than a Democrat or vice versa. But this historic nature behind this case and the proof of a persecution is undeniable, and we have the receipts to prove it. We also have those who legally only look at the facts that are blown away by this ruling, and even talking heads on MSNBC wondering aloud if this is fair. But let's break it down first. Trump has been hit with fines of now $83 million and $354 million. That adds up to $437 million. Now, per online sources, Donald Trump is estimated to be worth approximately $2.3 billion when you factor in all of his holdings, properties, assets, and cash. This is a sizable dent to his overall portfolio, approximately a quarter of his wealth. And remember, this was Letitia James' goal all along. Here was the aspiring AG a few years ago stating her political and personal goals out loud all along. Listen and watch this.
The President of the United States has complained that I'm engaging in some sort of political witch hunt, that I've got some personal vendetta against him, that I campaigned against him. That is not true.
This illegitimate president who sits in the White House. That president, because he's not my president, he's an illegitimate president. His days are numbered. His days are numbered. We've got to get ready to mobilize, and we've got to get ready to agitate and irritate until victory is won, but more importantly, until Trump is defeated. We will all rise up and resist this man, and ultimately we'll bring him down. This illegitimate president, I'm going to give you the same level of respect that you gave to President Obama, and that is absolutely no respect at all. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey! Ho, ho! And the days of Donald Trump are numbered. Lock him up. Lock him up. What? Lock him up. What? Lock him up. What? Lock him up.
That is not true.
Seems to me that this was the motive all along, as that tape shows you. That right there is a woman who hates Trump, hates his politics, and hates his business success. Now, here is Donald Trump on Friday after this landmark ruling. Listen and watch this.
but I also knew we have a corrupt judge. He's not a respected man. And again, I said before, he's been overturned on this case by the appellate division 4 times already. It's a record. Nobody's ever been overturned on one case 4 times. And I think very importantly, and I think ultimately the most important, we've employed tens of thousands of people in New York, and we've paid taxes like few other people have ever paid in New York, and they don't care about that. It's a state that's going bust. It's a state that's going bust because everybody's leaving, and it's all headed up by Biden, who's destroying our country. So this is Russia, this is China, this is what you've been reading about all your lives, and it's happening right here in our country. Thank you very much. We will stop it. We will make America great again. You have my word. Thank you very much.
All right, no victims. All loans have been repaid, and the supposed victim, the banks, testified on behalf of Donald Trump. The banks love doing business with Donald Trump. They refer to him as a whale, which is a compliment. Jonathan Turley is a legal scholar and analyst for Fox News, The New York Post, The Hill, and other outlets, and he wrote the following after this horrendous ruling on Friday. Quote, "After this type of corporate public execution, it is hard to imagine many businesses rushing to the Big Apple. Drawing new businesses to the city is going to be about as easy as selling country estates during the French Revolution." Turley also went on to say, quote, "You do not have to feel sorry or even sympathetic for Trump to see this award as obscene. The appeal will test the New York legal system to see if other judges can do what Judge Engoron found so difficult, setting aside their feelings about Trump," end quote. Even MSNBC is talking about whether or not this is fair. Here is Katie Tur. Listen and watch this.
That's not the burden. You don't have to show that anybody was hurt by your practices. There's nobody you defrauded specifically. But they went back and they looked at cases over 70 years. I believe it was about 150 cases, and found that there was no case where there was a ban on doing business where there wasn't harm shown. So even though the threshold is harm shown, in the past, it has only been used to ban someone doing business when it's been shown that somebody was hurt. Say you're selling cosmetics that are poisoning you. There's somebody that was hurt there. The cosmetics company gets banned. Is this fair to go after Donald Trump like this in this environment?
Legal experts are now even coming out and saying this new legal banana republic will not only likely see Donald Trump relocate his business empire to Florida, where his primary residence is, but this could lead to a mass exodus of businesses getting out of New York for places like Florida or Texas. Here was the New York AG on Friday, Letitia James, after Judge Engoron ruled in her favor. Listen and watch this final clip.
Today, justice has been served. Today, we prove that no one is above the law. No matter how rich, powerful, or politically connected you are, everyone must play by the same rules. We have a responsibility to protect the integrity of the marketplace. And for years, Donald Trump engaged in deceptive business practices and tremendous fraud. Donald Trump falsely, knowingly, inflated his net worth by billions of dollars to unjustly enrich himself, his family, and to cheat the system.
You can see and hear the disdain she has for Donald Trump. And much like Fani Willis, it's very similar. And much like the other legal figures that are making a career out of going after Donald Trump, this will not sit well. Now, Fani Willis took an L, but it looks like James has a W for now. And we still have Alvin Bragg coming next month, as well as January 6th looming. So buckle up, because it will be Court TV Central for the next 8 months as Donald Trump fights for the presidency, his finances, and maybe most importantly, his freedom. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. If you are renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or online at TommyD's.com. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reactions from everybody from the big ruling on Friday, and we will do that next as we continue live on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. As I've mentioned, I always get the opportunity to test drive so many amazing vehicles from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And just about a month ago, I checked out their 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. Guys, gals, if you are in the market for a full-sized, rugged SUV, can I suggest the 2024 Pilot Trail Sport? It has so many remarkable features, like the Cabin Talk PA system, heated leather-wrapped steering wheel, which is going to come in handy when it's 26 degrees in the morning, and a 245-watt audio system with 9 speakers. And now through the end of February, you can get a new Pilot at 3.9% APR for 48 months at any of the 5 Piazza Honda locations. Check them out online right now at piazzahonda.com.
Gerhard's Appliances is Philly's place to get appliances you need for prices you'll love. Stop in now during the President's Day sales event to get patriotically priced kitchen packages, like this LG 4-piece stainless steel package for only $1,999. Prices like that put the suite in Kitchen Suite and are only available during Gerhard's Appliances President's Day sales event. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
This President's Day, make the executive decision to upgrade your kitchen and enjoy monumental savings from Colonial Marble and Granite. Save 20% and put $0 down and pay 0% interest on any countertop purchase of $19.99 or higher. Fully installed up to 40 square feet. Now until February 26th. Score yourself a new kitchen this President's Day at Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hi, it's Ian Bush. If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Doing your financial research and due diligence is imperative these days, given the abundance of risky financial plans and investment scams masquerading as safe alternatives to the stock market. What makes the exclusive crash-proof retirement system different is its proven track record of truth, transparency, and protection from the pitfalls of Wall Street. Crash-Proof consumer Alan Rowling, an internal auditor, thoroughly researched Crash-Proof Retirement before investing in 2014 and rests comfortably knowing he made an informed decision for his financial future.
My background is I'm an internal auditor, so I ask a lot of questions. I probably spent a good 12 to 15 hours going through my questions and Crash-Proof Retirement, coming up with answers. You couldn't stump them on any question. And I appreciate Phil and Joanne and the team taking their time.
Register for our next event at Spring Mill Manor, March 19th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Mike, I'm excited. The Eagles' home opener is in Brazil.
Jalen Hurts can't read defenses in English. How the heck's he going to read them in Portuguese?
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Hi, everyone. Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. It is a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210 is how you climb aboard. A lot of stuff on Donald Trump here in the first hour. We will get to the truckers in New York. We will get to the sneakers in Philadelphia. We will get to the GoFundMe and everything that has transpired from Friday's blockbuster historic ruling. Trump lawyer, one of his lawyers, Alina Habba, calling the ruling a manifest injustice. Another attorney for Trump, Chris Kise, said, quote, "The court today ignored the law, they ignored the facts, and simply signed off on the Attorney General's manifestly unjust political crusade against the front-running candidate for president of the United States." And also, legal scholar Jonathan Turley had a very strong stance in his column for The Hill, where he said, the court admitted that not a single dollar was lost by the banks from these dealings. Indeed, witnesses testified that they wanted to do more business with Trump. He goes on to say, undervaluing and overvaluing property is a longstanding practice in New York real estate. The forms submitted by the Trump organization cautioned the banks to do their own estimates, and the loans were paid in full and on time. Having campaigned on bagging Trump on any basis, James turned the law into a virtual license to hunt him down, along with his family and his associates. Dawn, I want to get your thoughts on this because I know this came after, I believe, your show on Friday in the afternoon. Yeah. Your thoughts on Engamoron. And remember, keep in mind, this was the judge on day one of court. Remember back in the fall, he was smiling and posing in front of the cameras and the court photographers like this was a made-for-TV reality case. Your thoughts on what happened on Friday?
Well, I know that Trump, obviously, reacted by saying he's appealing, which we all knew that he would do. I think it was interesting as you go through that Engoron actually could have ruled, believe it or not, on some of the tougher ones to ban him forever. So he limited some of the bans, some of the business bans.
That was nice of him.
And so, well, I think that he had to be careful. If he had gone all full out, full Monty, it would have been. He knows that legally he's on thin ice. But if he had gone all out and banned an entire business from the ability, that would have been crazy. And so my question, though, is that if Donald and Eric and Don Jr. are banned temporarily, if this, loses on appeal, I think someone will be ready to run the company as long as my son gets more of the family cut.
Both Melania and Ivanka are not banned. So the Trump team was very smart in kind of keeping those two, Ivanka and Melania, away from the business, because then they can say, well, we had nothing to do with this, and then just give control to them.
So then they basically become the operators.
Absolutely.
Then?
Well, yes.
Technically.
Yeah, technically.
Right.
Somebody's going to run the day today, but there's still going to be a Trump or two at the head of the table.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
I see exactly what you did there, sir. Well played by you. I just look at this and it's like, so, when you talk about these valuations, property, real estate assets, it's so subjective. It's not a concrete, definitive evaluation of, okay, well, this asset A is worth $18 million. Oh, actually, on second thought, here comes another evaluator. It's actually worth $23.7 million. So we're talking like the historic. I always look at precedent here, and like what's the motive here, and what's the precedent that's been established, and the precedent that has been established here, and this is taking not just what happened in this case for $355 million, and there's various figures floating around, $355 million, $364 million. Basically, it's about 22 to 25% of Trump's entire net worth. But if you look at every which way this guy has been hacked at, whether it's from Alvin Bragg to Atlanta to classified documents to January 6th, the 2020 election, to the E. Jean Carroll, to this Letitia James, inflated assets case, they are establishing the precedent that if we can do all of this to, the former president of the United States, the current front-running leader from the Republican primary, maybe even the guy in the clubhouse with the lead right now to win re-election this fall. They could do this to any other person out there that has aspirations of getting into politics at a big, high, national, federal level like Donald Trump. Because there's never going to be anybody that walks into, national politics that tries to run for president that's got a bigger brand, name, image, and more money than Donald Trump. We'll never see this again in the history of our civilization, right? Sure, short of Oprah or The Rock running for president, and they would run as Democrats. So, like, if they can do it to this guy, they are telling the rest of you, if you ever thought you were going to walk into our little arena and try to, quote, blow up the system, we will end you. We will take your freedom. We'll take your money. We'll smear you. We'll get you out of office. We will be hell-bent. We'll actually campaign as attorney generals and district attorneys and prosecutors. Like, you will have campaign messages. You showed Barack Obama no respect, and now I will show you none in return. That was her campaign. Wait, rule of law? Facts? Just the evidence? Letitia James, at least she got a W for now. She looks a little more accomplished than Fannie Willis after that spectacle last week. But it's embarrassing the way that these people, they don't even try, they don't try to hide the hatred. They advertise it.
And I think, when you say she got the W for now, the win for now, I think you're right. But I think that was the goal all along. So let's say now they have 30 days after the verdict to appeal. He has to pay the $355 plus a 9% interest post-verdict thing, which is crazy. And I assume then, does he pay for Eric and Don Jr.? It's nearly $400 million. First of all, who has that kind of cash?
Well, I was going to ask you, who gets the money? There's
The government.
There's no victim here, though.
Right, but the government gets it.
Yeah.
Right?
I would imagine.
So it's nearly $400 million. You have to put that money up just to appeal. Let me ask you this, Nick. Let's just say it's not somebody for president threatening the swamp, et cetera, or threatening Democrats. It's not political. Let's just say there's somebody who is an enemy. Let's say he donated to the other's campaign. Remember Bridgegate, and that whole thing. So this gives them the ability for anybody at any level, small, guy's got a mom and pop restaurant. They don't like him. He's a political enemy of so-and-so. This is a great way to take out anybody in New York State.
Yeah. And to be honest, I don't know how businesses will proceed moving forward when they look at this type of ruling, especially when you talk about, inflating assets. I mean, Jonathan Turley says it's a common practice. Letitia James is saying it's a fraudulent practice. Yet the people that he apparently defrauded testified on his behalf and were like, oh, no, we love Trump. Trump's great business. You need a loan, Donald? You always seem to pay it back. We make money off of you with the interest. We view you as a whale, which is, when you view somebody as a whale, it's like basically a big guy who's good for all the money that you loan them up front because they always, repay it back. And we've heard the term a whale before in, other venues that are not on the up and up in the world of gambling as well. So if you want to jump in, thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so because we were not here yesterday. 855-839-1210 is the number. And then, of course, there's all sorts of fallout. We'll start with the possible shutdown in New York before we get to Philly and the Trump sneakers, which I thought was a hilarious spectacle on Saturday. Our very own Anthony DiRenzo was actually at SneakerCon where Donald Trump was, and we'll get to that in a moment. But on a serious note, the NYC trucker shutdown could very well cause some serious issues in the Big Apple. There was this guy, he goes by the name of Chicago Ray. He is a trucker, and he came out over the weekend and posted a video on social media saying that truckers would boycott driving to New York City in response to the civil fraud judgment.
I have that if you want to play it, because God knows I have enough cuts here that.
Oh, I know.
I don't need to do it.
You've got 38 cuts.
I have so many cuts.
Yeah. If you have that would be great.
Pull up cut 5 there, Captain Kirk, if you will, my friend. I'm sorry, you called him that this morning, and now that's his name.
I like it.
There you go.
It works.
This is cut 5. This is. What's his name? Captain what?
This is Chicago Ray.
Chicago Ray.
Yes.
Talking about the New York boycott from truckers. Cut 5.
Hey folks, your old pal Chicago Ray. I've been on the radio talking to drivers for about the last hour 15 minutes, and I'm talking to at least 10 drivers going the other way. I'm heading down from Southern Wisconsin. And they're going to start refusing loads in New York City starting on Monday. All right? I got about 3 drivers that I drive with. They already vibrated the boss and told them they ain't going to New York City. So, I don't know how far across the country this is, or how many truckers are going to start denying loads to going to New York City. But I'll tell you what, you fuck around and find out. Okay? We're tired of you motherfucking leftists fucking with Trump. Okay? Motherfuckers are starting to get tired of this shit. And our bosses ain't gonna care if we deny the loads. We'll just go somewhere else. Alright? You know how fucking hard it is to get into New York City with one of these motherfuckers? Man, fuck that. Alright?
All right, so that's Chicago Ray, F around and find out. Now, according to Fox News, Chicago Ray has since walked back his trucker boycott for New York City, but says, leave Trump alone. After calling on truckers to boycott the New York City driving in response to the civil fraud, he has taken back his call to action. He said, I, quote, took that video down from Friday because it went viral and my grandson seen it on TikTok. I stand with Trump 100%. Truckers for Trump. Chicago Ray wrote on X, formerly Twitter, on Monday morning. He goes on to say, quote, I worked for a place for 18 years and I quit him in one day and had this job before I got to my car. I ain't the leader of any movement. I'm my own man, period. God bless America. God bless Trump. And God bless every truck driver in this country. Another truck driver who goes by the name of Jennifer Hernandez said that if they did go through with this, it could shut New York City down. If New York loses just 10% of the trucks going there, their prices will skyrocket on everything from milk to eggs to any type of goods that the consumer needs. So hopefully they don't go through with this, because the last time I checked, things were already about 18 to 20% more expensive than they were 3 years ago. So I don't think we need any more inflated prices. But people are really pissed off about this, and I'm not surprised in the least that a guy like Chicago Ray comes out, or any of these other truckers, although I don't know that I would be willing to risk losing my own job over it. But if they do, more power to them, I guess. So that's the update from the trucking community. We'll come back, and then we will get to what happened here in Philadelphia on Saturday. Our very own Anthony DiRenzo saw Donald Trump in person at SneakerCon in Philadelphia, and we'll get into that story as we wrap up the Trump Hour here in the 6 o'clock hour on Kayal and Company live here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So what do you do when your family does not have time to cook a full meal from scratch? Do you order expensive takeout, maybe heat up some old leftovers? There is another option, and it's called whatacrock.com. So if you haven't heard me mention What a Crock before, they create delicious, ready-made meals designed for your slow cooker and shipped right to your doorstep. Just drop a meal in your slow cooker in the morning, go about your day, then come home to a delicious dinner simmering in the kitchen, just waiting for you. No prep, no trip to the store, no expensive fees required. Unlike most meal kit companies, there is no subscription necessary. You can order exactly what you want, whenever you want, without being boxed in by any extra charges. Did I mention their meals are delicious? And that's important. They seem like home-cooked meals because, they really are, but just not by me. My family loves the white bean chili, the chicken parm meatballs. Oh, that chocolate molten cake. I got to tell you, it's amazing. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off. If you've tried What a Crock before, you'll know just how much of a lifesaver their dinners really are. Order now, whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
Get ready for spring by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
It's time to start building stronger financial roots. First Harvest Credit Union can help. Open our growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials as well. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Dr. Mike is the master of implant dentistry, the master of making you look and feel your greatest with $1 million smile. I recommend you book an appointment for Dr. Mike today. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike Veneria for years because my entire family goes there, because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. Give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, right over the bridge. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, veneriadental.com.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but new Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with new Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Time is running out, and so is your chance to save during the final days of your local Ford store's Great American Sales Event. Check out all the limited time offers at buyfordnow.com today.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Lady love never smiles, so lend your love to me a while. Do with me what you will. Break the spell, take your fill. On and on we rode the storm.
6:50 Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app and, of course, live on YouTube.
So, speaking of YouTube, Dawn, if you can
Yes?
help me out here.
What'd I do?
No, it's not you, my love. So apparently, Captain Kirk is new running the video stream back there. Apparently, he didn't hit a button on the last video. So if you were watching on YouTube only, it didn't go out over the air. But if you're watching on YouTube, the truckers' comments were unedited. So they heard a bunch of F-bombs.
Oops.
I apologize if you're listening with children. I apologize about that.
That's so weird because it was edited.
We edited it, of course.
Oh,
Of course. We always do. But you know, when you're playing the video, there's no way to edit the video. So you just have to mute it.
Yes.
It's no big deal. No FCC issues. but
Radio and app, we were fine.
Yeah, yes. It was just the YouTube stream.
Well, that's why the trucker, his grandson heard the same thing. I guess he was listening.
That's right.
He was watching Nick Kayal on YouTube. And,
My little grandkid saw it on the TikToker.
He saw it on with Nick Kayal, and he's like, whoop.
So if we offended anybody on YouTube, sorry about that.
Yes, we apologize.
Thought it was edited.
Yeah.
We did. And something went terribly, terribly wrong. 855-839-1210. Speaking of YouTube, if you're there, stay there. If not, get there, because the Donald Trump sneakers were released on Saturday at SneakerCon in Philadelphia. You know, we've been talking about Trump. He should come to Pennsylvania more often. He should come to Philadelphia more often. And Anthony Dorenzo was in Philadelphia, in the city, for SneakerCon on Saturday, as Trump rolls out 3 different pairs of sneakers. And, Kirk, if you want to just kind of rotate through and keep sliding along with these sneakers, you've got the Trump Gold sneakers, which I believe go for $399. You also have the Trump Red sneakers, which go for $199. And you have the Trump White sneakers, which are almost identical to the red, just different color, white and gold, and they are also $199. I've been out of the sneaker game for a long time, although I will say when I was working at Foot Locker in college and I had a 30% discount, I would spend about $199 on a pair of Michael Jordans, like the throwback retro sneakers. But at this day and age, in this stage of my life, I'm long past the $200 or $400 sneakers. Although, as I said earlier this morning, that these have sold out. There was 1,000 pairs apparently available for sale, and we have heard multiple reports that Stocker bought at least a dozen of them and is selling them out of his trunk for like $5,000 a pop in local alleyways.
Not true.
Okay. But by the way, when you see those, anyone stand out to you? Anyone that you think are kind of good looking that you would wear?
No. I would not wear a single one of those.
I think the gold.
I would totally wear them.
I think the gold are hideous. The gold right there. There's the gold ones. Those look like, I don't know, like fake. I couldn't wear those.
Can I tell you something, though? The gold, you're good to go if you're a mummer. Right? Golden slippers.
Or a clown.
You got the idea from our own Philadelphia Mummers Parade.
And those go for $400 a pop. I think you're insane if you buy those. Unless you buy them to resell them, then you're very smart and you make a nice profit because somebody will pay thousands upon thousands of dollars. I kind of like the red ones, although the red and the white ones, if you look at them, I don't know if they're like a cloth. It almost looks like a sock up towards where the ankle is. Like the white ones would get dirty way too quick. I can't wear white sneakers even in the spring or the summer. But
really?
the red ones I wouldn't mind wearing. Wear those red ones with like some, maybe like black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt or something like that. I would actually wear those for one day. But I wouldn't pay $200 for them.
Well, my dad's birthday, he called me, Dawn Ellen, can you get me some of those Trump? My birthday's coming up. What is he, like turning like 88 in April? He's like, can you get me some of those?
Yeah.
I'll try, Dad.
Dorenzo was there. Dorenzo.
Well, actually, we should break.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
We need to stay on. We need to stay on schedule today because we have a guest
Yes, we do.
at 9:30.
Yes, we do.
Throws everything off.
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get to the news to kick off hour number 2, and we actually have the footage, I believe now, of the horse.
What?
That was taking off like it was the Belmont Stakes
Oh,
down
no.
95.
Wow.
We'll get to that in the news as we continue, and then we've got some more Trump stuff, and then I've got some other stories to get to before the cut sheet, including what happened in Kansas City with the Super Bowl shooting with the parade, what the mayor is saying compared to what the governor of Missouri is saying on one word that I'm tired of hearing. It's not about one specific group of people. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 is next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/value to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/value to get started and save. legacybox.com/value.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in school.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Do you want to taste what America has to offer without leaving your own backyard? Then come to Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, where they feature Americana comfort food served in a warm and inviting bar and dining room. What are you doing for the big game on Sunday? Check out Liberty Union with a free halftime wing and pasta buffet, or come for Valentine's Day with a 3-course meal for $99 a couple. Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, home of the free tater tots. Visit libertyunionbar.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in. Hour number 2 underway on a Tuesday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45? Disney keyword day number 14 coming up at 8:30 this morning. And the great Jimmy Fallon of Fox News coming up at 9:30 this morning to talk about his new book, cancel culture, the dictionary. Very interesting. So Jimmy Fallon, if I got this correct.
Yeah.
Greg Stocker founded and created him.
No, come on. I was joking about that.
TV shows, radio shows, comedy, and now a book.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something tells me he's in demand and doing pretty good.
Woohoo.
I bought the Audible version of Jimmy's book, which he voices, which is great.
Is that right?
Yeah. So I was listening to it last night, and it's just hearing it from his voice.
Uh-huh.
Way better, in my opinion, than reading it.
Yeah.
But hopefully that goes to his New York Times bestseller count, because if it doesn't, then we want to make sure people buy the hardcover book. But
that is correct.
The Audible version is awesome.
I've been saying for a while now that I think he's now the premier funny guy on Fox.
Wow.
He is, I think, in my opinion, has surpassed Gutfeld.
Really?
As far as humor goes, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like Gutfeld's opinions on like real issues, but from a sheer laughing out loud standpoint, Jimmy Fallon makes me laugh more than Gutfeld does.
Just remember, she did more. He did morning drive here for a few days with Dawn and myself before he did anything else. That's all I want to say.
I'm going to put that down on my
Highlight
legal
of my
pad
career.
right now.
I worked with Greg and Jimmy Fallon. I'm somebody, okay? I have arrived. And now Nick.
No.
There you go.
Come on. You know what I mean.
All right, we got a lot of good stuff coming up. Anthony Dorenzo will give us some feedback as he was there on Saturday at SneakerCon with mixed reaction. There was some videos that went viral of Trump being booed, some of him being cheered.
Yeah, we can play that too if you want to. I have that video.
One lady was crying. She couldn't believe she met him, so forth and so on. So we'll get to all of that.
I mean, it was, from what I understand, it was like the majority of the country. It was half booed him, half cheered him.
Very polarizing figure.
Like, honestly.
Yep. Let's get to the news. Round number 2. Dawn Stensland at 7:03.
Good morning. 28 degrees, chilly and breezy this morning, but sunny on this Tuesday, February the 20th. Today, we are sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations. In the news, and coming up, I'll have a crackdown on cockfighting in the suburbs.
Hey, now.
So that story coming right up. Seriously, SPCA involved in that one, but. We have a Chester police detective, Delaware County, who survived the gunfire, is being hailed a hero this morning after he was wounded during that shootout over the weekend with a suspect in an attempted murder. So he has been released from the hospital. That's the good news that we're told. He's recovering at home, recovering well. So thank God to hear this. 43-year-old detective Steve Byrne shot once in his left side. This happened Saturday, and according to authorities, he was shot by a suspect identified as Therese Armstrong, who reportedly opened fire at Detective Byrne, as well as 3 other officers who had been pursuing him as a suspect in a drive-by shooting from earlier. And so I should say that one of the bullets that struck his left side, unfortunately, went under the bulletproof vest. The other bullet would have certainly, they say, could have killed him or caused serious injuries, but thank God wearing that bulletproof vest, and so only one bullet was able to pierce his body, causing injuries, but obviously non-life threatening. He's recovering from surgery at home this morning. Thank God.
Thank God for those bulletproof vests. I remember my uncle. He was a 27-year narcotics detective, and he used to wear, obviously, the bulletproof vest when he would do, certain high-risk situations. And he's even said that, just because the vest doesn't allow the bullet to penetrate, even if you get shot squarely in the vest, it still rocks you. I mean, obviously, it doesn't pierce your body, but just the sheer force.
You feel that?
Oh my God, knocks the wind out of you. Yeah, it's still, it's no walk in the park getting shot with a vest on.
I mean, anymore, we need more than a vest.
I know.
We need to have Elon Musk or somebody invent some
You
kind
get
of
full body armor.
right, like a Spider-Man suit that's all bulletproof.
Start wearing helmets.
Oh my goodness. Let's get to the cockfighting story. This is Bucks County SPCA reporting that they took in nearly 50 animals from the scene of that huge cockfighting operation, and in Bucks County in the suburbs. And one person has been arrested. So this is Plumstead Township Police responding to an active cockfight involving roosters in a 2-car garage with a crowd of dozens of people. That from the SPCA, as well as police say they received an anonymous tip, and so they're thanking that tipster for this. So police did charge one individual, Cesar Cordova Morales, who they say was carrying a bag containing steroids, artificial metal spurs, string, and other things that are used in cockfighting. That, according to the SPCA, he's arraigned and is being held at the Bucks County Jail on $50,000 bail. So huge operation, they've said. These bloodied animals, and 4 of them died. So I guess they took in 50, 4 died. They saved the other 46. So these are all roosters, obviously. And so I don't know if they're going to be looking for foster families or,
Does it say if they were gambling on this as well? Because that's usually part of the ring when they have something like this.
Yeah, to your point, that's part of the ongoing investigation as far as police looking into how long has this been going on.
Yep.
And they're calling it a ring.
Mm-hmm.
And so they believe many others are involved.
Yeah, and just for the record, even though I like to bet, I've never gambled on a cockfight. I just want to clear that up. No assumptions to be made. I've never bet on chickens fighting. Only horses racing.
Me either.
Okay.
I know everybody's shocked by that one. Sorry. But let's get to the good news story of a horse, of course, on I-95 this morning.
It's unbelievable.
Thank you to our Philadelphia's finest, our law enforcement, our officers, getting the horse off the highway.
Wow.
In the Northeast there, Port Richmond section of Philadelphia. And by latest, well, you take it away, Greg, because you and Anthony Dorenzo got the video, right?
I believe, Kirk, if we can put the video up there on YouTube.
If you haven't seen this, folks, wait till you guys
This
see
is
it.
awesome.
Here it comes from 6 ABC.
If you're watching on youtube.com/@1210WG, just running down 95.
Go!
I mean, look at that. Thank God it wasn't going the other way because...
Yeah, he's going with the direction of traffic. He's a smart horse.
And by the way, on the shoulder.
Yep.
He's on the shoulder
Look
of
at
the
him
road.
galloping. Go, go.
You can't, I mean, he's at least smart enough to know that, right?
And down the stretch they come.
And they're off. Oh, my God. That is an amazing piece of video. And you said, Dawn, this happened at what, like 4:15 this morning?
Yeah.
So, like, when we were all on the road.
Yeah.
We could have hit this horse.
You imagine being a police officer in this city, what you deal with on a day in and day out basis.
Look at that.
And then you hear on your radio, yeah, we've got a 1095 in progress. Horse on I-95.
Especially at that time of the morning, if you're driving in, you have to be to work early and you're rubbing the sleep out of your eyes, or maybe you're coming out from an all-night bender. And
did I just see what I
Yeah,
saw?
exactly. You're driving down 95 and you see a horse and like, did I just see that?
Imagine driving in the opposite direction and
It's amazing.
you go right past that horse.
It's amazing.
What the hell did I just? What was that?
Oh, 91 LSXer asked if that's Stormy Daniels. Oh, that's not right.
Oh.
That's not right. That's just not right. It's just uncalled for.
No, this horse has great legs.
and some class.
This is a beautiful horse.
I know.
And it was caught, right, Dawn?
Yeah, so surrounded by law enforcement. Thank you for that, because drivers were calling 911. They had all these 911 calls. Oh my goodness, there's a horse.
How do you? I don't even know how do you settle that horse down? I mean, do you? I mean, if it doesn't like just stop, do you shoot it with like a taser? Like, I mean, honestly, because you don't want to kill the horse, but you also don't want to have a mass casualty pile up of vehicles. I mean, could you imagine calling your wife, honey, I got into an accident? Oh, did you hit a deer? No, I hit Mr. Ed.
The horse looks young to me.
Where did it come? Do you know where it came from?
Well, the only clue that I have here, because originally we know that law enforcement kind of were able to surround it, and off Bath Street, just off I-95, Port Richmond, they were able to kind of surround it. And then they, like I said earlier, they tied it to the fence. Wawa donated some goodies and water and that sort of thing. Then I heard, or I saw that I think it was NBC 10 and Fox 29 were reporting the Fletcher Urban Riding Club was assisting police. They were picking up the horse. They have a horse trailer, but I don't know if they just happen to have the horse trailer or do they think it's one of their horses.
Do we know the horse's pronouns?
So, he and Hall. Sorry.
Tom Walsh said they took him right to the glue factory. Well,
No.
That's not right. That's not right.
No,
Come
this
on.
is a beautiful horse. This
Yeah.
is
It
somebody's, either if it's a riding club horse or because, or are they from, I don't know, could the horse have come from the racetrack all the way? I mean,
It came from Parks.
that's what I was thinking. If it's coming from Parks, you got to call us. But the truth is, let's just say it's a horse, that's like you're at like a beautiful horse. It's like $5,000. But let's say it's a racehorse.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What if it's $100,000 plus horse?
Yeah, really. Yeah.
So
you ride that thing until its legs break, and then you take it out back and you shoot it in the head.
Stop!
What?
You
No, I'm just saying
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
But this is a beautiful animal. So somebody is seeing that on the news, going, "That's my horse."
That's what they did. That's what they did to Smarty Jones.
Well, Turn 7 Liquidations, thank you for sponsoring our news and weather. It's over. Turn 7 lost their lease in Morristown and must liquidate and vacate now. Everything to the bare walls is being sacrificed. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, closing forever in Morristown. Turn 7 Liquidations. Today, sunny, 43 degrees. And by Friday, we're looking at 52 degrees by Friday. So the warm-up begins really starting tomorrow into Thursday, Friday. Friday, some chance for some sprinkles, but still 52-ish by Friday. That's going to feel nice. Today, we'll have to settle for 42 and sunny skies. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 to climb in. So we'll put a bow on the Trump conversation here for the next 2 or 3 minutes, and then there's some other really interesting stories to get to today. But I know Anthony Dorenzo was at SneakerCon. He sent me a couple of texts and a couple of pictures. So is the internet correct where it was kind of a mixed bag of reactions of people so far?
Yeah, definitely. When I first heard about it, I thought it was a joke. And then we showed up, we saw Secret Service, everyone had to remove everything, get patted down. So, I mean, it was legitimately serious. And it was, I would say, more supportive, I thought, from being there. But at the same time, the more I reflect on it, there was definitely a lot of people, like, screaming and upset.
Because
also.
Trump posted something on Truth, I think on Friday, teasing it.
Yeah.
So I think there were some people that showed up specifically for Trump. And then, of
and
course,
you could
there
tell
was
who
people
those
just for
people
sneakers.
were. Yeah,
we have some of the audio.
Okay.
Kirk, please make sure that this is edited on the YouTube video.
Okay.
This is cut 4, so it's kind of put together. It has when he first got to the stage, and then after he brought that woman up who was hysterical.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got a thought on this lady, by the way.
She's not in this
okay.
cut, but this is, and then the F Joe Biden chants went out, and then at the very end the USA chants went out. This is cut 4. Guys, go.
Thank you very much. This is a big crowd, Hello, everybody. So thank you very much. And we have a few young ladies that are up here crying. Look at you with the Trump 2024. Thank you, darling. I love you, too. Wow. A lot of emotion. There's a lot of emotion in this room. Thank you. Thank you. So the really nice thing is we have lines, and I want to thank Chase and I want to thank Alan, but we have lines going all around the block. They're going all around this block. They've never seen anything like this one. I just want to tell you, I've wanted to do this for a long time. I have some incredible people that work with me on things, and they came up with this, and this is something I've been talking about for 12 years, 13 years, and I think it's going to be a big success. Your influencers have been very positive. They've been real influencers, and they love it, and they love what we've done. That's the real deal. That's the real deal. Thank you very much. That's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
So everybody, again, it's been an honor. You stay around and have a lot of fun. These guys do a fantastic job. A great honor to be invited. It's a slightly different audience than I'm used to, but I love this audience. And go out, have a good time. We love you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good time.
All right, there he is, Donald Trump in Philadelphia. In all seriousness, for a moment, though, we have talked about him coming to Pennsylvania and coming to Philadelphia and being more involved in this region. I think this is a smart move, and Dorenzo and I were texting about this on Saturday. It's smart because who typically goes to these sneaker events? The younger crowd, the younger generation, Gen Z, millennials. I think this was a smart move. Obviously, there's a business component with selling the sneaker, but I also think it makes sense to reach out to people in Anthony's age demo as well.
Yeah, I mean, and even younger. Like, kids are really into this, and it's almost like trading stocks. So it's getting to a really young demo and very almost urban specific as well, because a lot of cities are into this stuff. So I don't know. It's not a bad move on his part, but him coming out, it was just hysterical. Like, he signed a Playboy and threw it into the crowd with him on it from back. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It was a skit, like Farish was doing it out there. Like, it was ridiculous.
Unbelievable. There's also a GoFundMe for Trump. And by the way, CNN reported yesterday that Trump's shares in Truth Social could be worth up to $4 billion, they are claiming. I don't know how that could possibly be, but if that is the case, if I'm Donald Trump, I might liquidate those shares, especially with all this legal fees that keep piling up for him. All right, coming up next, 855-839-1210, if you want to jump in. The Kansas City mayor going toe-to-toe with the governor of Missouri after one term was used following the Super Bowl parade shooting. I think this is a fascinating conversation, and I think it's a very simple one, and we'll get into that when we continue. The cut sheet coming up in about 25 minutes. It's Kayal and Company on this Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. By the way, Charles Barkley making some news at the NBA All-Star Game on Sunday. We'll get to that coming up at 7:45. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. You can bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, which I have to admit is my favorite, and exclusive props on players, and points, and everything else. So much more. I love the FanDuel app. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and shoot your shot right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics. Call them today. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or a past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility. Reclaim your independence. Walk and run, play, live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious new Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
You can admit it, you're obsessed with the news, but you don't want to be that person watching TV waiting for the next news story to break. So use your ears instead with the free Odyssey app. With this station available on the free Odyssey app, you can get your local news and discover news stations from around the country. And with hundreds of podcasts also available, you can go deep into the topics you care about. Download the free Odyssey app wherever you get your apps to get the news you crave. Your news fix, your Odyssey.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Just about 20 minutes away from a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet as we continue, Kayal and Company, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Just about an hour and 5 minutes away from Disney keyword number 14 this morning. And, of course, Jimmy Fallon coming up in about 2 hours at 9:30. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on the show. So we're still talking about the Super Bowl parade shooting that transpired last week as we were, we broke that down a lot, how the media portrayed it, the way they covered it, who in fact was the shooter or shooters. And now we have more racial tension following this shooting as the mayor of Kansas City Quentin Lucas, 39 years old, Democrat. He's in his second term. He was elected in 2019. Has accused the governor of Missouri, Mike Parson, Republican, who's about 30 years older, also in his second term, of using a racial, quote, dog whistle when referring to the suspected shooters at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade, when Governor Mike Parson called the suspected shooters thugs. And Lucas made the comment during an appearance on local radio called Up to Date on Friday.
We have the audio if you want to play it.
Okay,
This
let's play this audio.
Cut
then.
3, then, Kirk, if you can. Go.
He's going to join us later on in this program. After the shooting, he said, we can't let some thugs and criminals just take over and ruin what happened. I gather that's not quite your assessment of what happened that day.
I have respect for the governor. We get along well. I disagree strongly with how he would describe that situation. I certainly do think this was criminal activity. It was lawlessness, and I think that that's troubling. But thugs is a dog whistle in the most classic sense, and I have seen this dog whistle time and again. There's this kind of giant conservative theory on social media now that the reason that mugshots haven't been shown is because the purported defendants are black, and if it were a white defendant, we would have just shown them. That is absolutely preposterous. There are protections to juveniles. Our city has a gun violence problem.
So I completely disagree with the dog whistle reference. And here's why I view it completely differently. And I'd love to hear people's thoughts on this. To me, it doesn't matter what race you are. To me, thug, in my world, is a common term for somebody that is a low-life, scumbag, criminal, piece of trash. And it doesn't matter to me if you're white, if you're black, if you're Asian, if you're Hispanic, if you're Middle Eastern, if you're Italian, if you're Irish, if you're German. If you are committing violent felonies, if you are committing shootings, carjackings, drug dealings, any sort of criminal activity, especially the higher stuff, I don't have a problem with anybody ever being called a thug. To me, it's an interchangeable term. It's no different than any other term that I just threw out there. So once again, I think what you have here is a Democrat being obsessed with identity politics. And to me, when you do what you allegedly or reportedly are accused of doing on a joyous day where there are 7 figures worth of people, over 1 million people in Kansas City, that to me makes you an absolute scumbag, lowlife, gutter, garbage, trash, thug, whatever you want to call it. I don't look at it from a racial standpoint. So if you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210, we will stay on time here. Come back and work our way towards what's on the cut sheet. That is coming up at 7:45 as we continue. Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Blue Chew. Fellas, look, Father Time is undefeated. Just ask Tom Brady. If you need a little bounce to your step, if you've lost a little bit of your game, so to speak, can I suggest Blue Chew tablets? It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that will have you knocking it out of the park again, and you will regain that extra confidence come game time. And the thing about Blue Chew is it's the same active ingredient as Levitra, but at a more cost-friendly price. Blue Chew's licensed medical professionals work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. If swallowing pills is not for you, no problem. Their tablets are chewable. And how about this special offer for my listeners? Try Blue Chew for free. All you have to do is go to BlueChew.com, enter the promo code 1210, and just pay the $5 shipping fee. And boom, it's yours. Discreet delivery, no in-person conversations, and that special someone will thank you for bringing back your prime. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210, made in the USA.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, go to forthepeople.com to see cases just like yours. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
In today's report, I'm going to talk about Medicare. Nearly 171 million workers contribute to Medicare through payroll taxes out of 327 million Americans. Approximately 58.4 million people receive Medicare benefits. In this report, I'll tell you when you should apply for Medicare and how. But first, here are the 4 parts of Medicare. Medicare Part A is hospitalization insurance, helps pay for the inpatient hospital care and certain follow-up services like skilled nursing facility care, nursing home care, and hospice care. But Medicare will not pay for custodial care. Medicare Part B is medical insurance that helps pay for doctor services, outpatient hospital care, and other medical services like ambulance services and durable medical equipment. Medicare Part C, also known as Medicare Advantage plans. These are for people with Medicare Part A and B who prefer to use a Medicare-approved private health insurance plan, which could lower monthly costs but expand your copayments. Medicare Part D helps cover the cost of prescription drugs. If you have limited income or limited resources, you may qualify for what's called extra help. In Pennsylvania, it's known as PACE. In New Jersey, it's known as PAD, P-A-A-D. According to the Social Security Administration, you should contact Social Security about 3 months prior to your 65th birthday to sign up for Medicare. The most convenient way to conduct Social Security business from anywhere at any time is to visit www.socialsecurity.gov. There you can even apply for retirement, disability, and your Medicare benefits and much more. If you don't have access to the internet, don't worry. You can simply call 800-772-1213 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 7:35 Tuesday morning as the sun begins to rise here in Philadelphia. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just about 9 minutes' time? Still ahead this morning, our Disney keyword at 8:30, Jimmy Fallon from Fox News at 9:30, and also the latest, largest study to date on the effects of the COVID-19 vaccine and the links to other health conditions that it causes. We'll get to that after we get out of the cut sheet. And coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, I would say Antony Blinken has a lot on his plate, but apparently one of his biggest concerns is misgendering. We're going to get to that story as we continue this morning. But let me grab a call here. We've got Shorty in Ardmore who is joining us here this morning. Shorty, you're on Talk Radio 1210. You go right ahead.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I think the mayor of Kansas City is a moron. I really do. And what I hear from him is this whole DEI cult speak of I say something and how he interprets it, that's the truth instead of what my intentions were. He sees everything through life through his race and identity politics. And honestly, he doesn't deserve to be a leader of any city in this country, just from that one statement. These gentlemen were thugs, murderers, killers, and whatever happens to them happens to them. Hopefully the law comes down swift and hard on them. But for him to try to dissect that, it just shows his intention for the city of Kansas City and for the country is not good. It's not. He's just looking to divide us. And he doesn't deserve to be in the position he's in.
I have no idea how he's been as far as a mayor. I appreciate the call, Shorty. He's been there, I think, from what I see, 2019. He's 39 years old, Democrat. So I have no idea, what his policies are. I haven't paid attention to local Kansas City politics. But it's just this obsession with the far left where everything is always racist. To me, thug is just a term that you use for anybody that acts that way.
Can we play that clip again? Because there's a word, there's something in here that I want to that I kind of take issue with.
Okay.
So if we can play this cut again here,
sure.
I'm gonna re-cue it up here. The cut. The three here. Here we go.
He's going to join us later on in this program. After the shooting, he said we can't let some thugs and criminals just take over and ruin what happened. I gather that's not quite your assessment of what happened that day.
I have respect for the governor. We get along well. I disagree strongly with how he would describe that situation. I certainly do think this was criminal activity. It was lawlessness, and I think that that's troubling. But thugs is a dog whistle in the most classic sense. And I have seen this dog whistle time and again. There's this kind of giant conservative theory on social media now that the reason that mugshots haven't been shown is because the purported defendants are black, and if it were a white defendant, we would have just shown them. That is absolutely preposterous. There are protections to juveniles. Our city has a gun violence problem.
So what stood out to you there?
He said there's a protection for juveniles. I've heard this over and over and over again, and Dawn does, to her credit, usually doesn't name juveniles. Mm-hmm. But I want to talk about a case that happened in 2020 with a kid by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse. Because if I remember correctly, and I did a little digging on this, so my facts are correct, that he was accused of killing people in those riots or whatever shooting.
Yep.
He was 17 at the time.
Oh, he's a minor.
The New York Times had no problem that day, days later, a couple days later, I found an article. It happened on August 20th. I found an article on August 27th that named him. And so the New York Times and the media at that time had no problem naming.
So selective application of the rule.
That's all I'm saying.
Because he was charged as an adult. And so generally in the news, the protocol, even though we can, I can find out the names, especially here in Philadelphia.
Absolutely.
We as a protocol, we generally don't ID juveniles or sex assault victims, no matter what their age. We just don't. That's usually the protocol. Mm-hmm. So Kyle Rittenhouse, when he was charged with first-degree murder, and obviously we know he was acquitted ultimately, and the jury went with him.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, I'll just remind you that the Kansas City shooting happened the afternoon of last Wednesday. This is Tuesday.
Yeah.
They have said that these juveniles face first-degree murder charges, to Greg's point, like Kyle Rittenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, once you're charged with that first-degree murder as an adult, then the media will report on it, because now you're being charged as an adult.
And they still have not shown those, correct?
They haven't issued the formal charges that would trigger that.
Okay.
And so that's what are they waiting for?
Yeah, it's a
great
great
my
point.
question.
And I saw a tweet from Tim Young that I thought really highlights this hypocrisy. He says, if you're a mass shooter at a Kansas City Chiefs parade, the media protects your identity because you're, quote, under 18. But if you're a fan in face paint at a Kansas City Chiefs game, the media tries to ruin your life, calling you a racist at 9 years old. Remember the Deadspin story with the Chiefs fan wearing the face paint?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Deadspin got sued for that by those parents. They had that kid's picture plastered all over the internet and social media as a 9-year-old, and they only wanted to show the one side of his face. Yet here we are in, February of 2024, a couple of months removed from that story, and it's a dog whistle, and you can't call somebody a thug, and there's such a double standard in the media and the way these things are covered. And of course, when we see the story, and I'm forgetting where this is. If somebody could look it up, the 2 officers that were shot and the paramedic, that's going to go completely under the radar based on identity politics, because allegedly, reportedly, the shooter is African American. But if it was the other way around and it was a white male and he was wearing a red MAGA hat or anything else, they would know his social media history. Everything about him would be published in about 14 minutes. So that's the thing that's frustrating about it. I just want equal application of policy, rules, and law.
Peter S. on the YouTube chat says Ethan Crumley, we just talked about his mother, was 15, and we saw his picture the same day.
Yeah.
Because he was charged as an adult. So that the question here, in other words, the media locally in Kansas City, no doubt they're there because everybody's talking now.
Mm-hmm.
So they most likely on the ground, if you're in the local media, you have a sense of who these guys are.
Mm-hmm.
They've only been charged as juvies, and they're still in a juvenile detention center.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So they charge them, they're holding them, but why are they still in juvie?
Yep.
So that's very unusual.
Yeah. And to my rule of law and my rule of thumb here, Ethan Crumley, you're also a thug for what you did.
Yeah.
You're a scumbag.
Totally.
No, you can't say that. It's racist.
It has nothing to do with the color of your skin.
What the mafia was thug.
Yeah.
They were thugs. Since when is that racist?
Well, it's because, Tupac kind of took it to...
Oh, is that where that started?
Thug life. He had that tattooed across his stomach.
Yeah.
So I guess because of that, then a lot of hip-hop artists started using it. So I guess it turned into a quote-unquote black phrase, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
And there was a debate a couple years ago, too. I remember having it on the radio about somebody accusing LeBron James of having a posse. And by that, it being... that word was racist, too, because only black people can have posses.
Well,
only black people can be thugs.
Well, Shane McMahon had a posse on Monday Night Raw, too, and they were all white guys. So I guess the term applies to white and black. Remember the Greenwich Street posse?
Of course I do. Of course I do.
Four people remember that.
Nobody else does.
855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up in just about 60 seconds. Very interesting today at noon. This came out last night. Pay attention to this. Nikki Haley will be holding a State of the Race speech at 12 o'clock today. A lot of speculation as to whether or not she will drop out before South Carolina, which, by the way, the primary for South Carolina comes up on Saturday. I think Saturday is the 24th. It is February 24th, so kind of odd that that's on a Saturday. I was hoping that would be a weekday, but we'll certainly react to that on Monday coming off of the weekend. But do you guys think she's going to drop out before South Carolina? I can't this has got to be some sort of other message. There's just she should drop out, don't get me wrong. But
what was your analogy? What was one of my favorite analogies with your mother-in-law?
The slot machine. Yeah, the free roll.
On a gift card.
At the casino. Yeah, exactly.
I think she's still I think she's still on the house card or whatever you call it, the gift card. I think
you're not giving up your free comp pools, right?
So until the money runs out, I think she's in it.
Yeah,
right.
I agree with you. I don't think she's dropping out of this anytime soon.
We'll see what happens. That'll be coming up right as the Dawn show concludes and Dom gets rolling.
Do you disagree with that?
Disagree with what?
Do you think she's going to drop out today?
No. I think she should. I think she should have dropped out a couple of weeks ago, but no, I do not believe she will. I think it's something else. I think everybody's just rushing to judgment and thinking the most logical thing is that she drops out, but she has not been doing the logical thing lately. So we shall see in just about 4 hours and 15 minutes as it's 7:45 and it's time for a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to piggyback off of what, Nick, you and Dawn were just yentering about.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Super Bowl parade shooting? Ann Coulter.
That's Dawn's buddy.
I'm waiting.
She's dead to me. All she has to do is call Greg Stocker and Rich Zioli, apologize because Greg had set her all up for that famous day. He goes out in Berkeley where she was under fire for her speech, and she just never calls our very own Greg Stocker.
Thank you.
After she offered on the air live, like, hey, I'll do it. And Greg was like, great, set up, the got a sponsor, the whole thing. And what does Ann Coulter do?
Oh, Greg you got it sponsored as well?
Oh, yeah. He set the whole, got the flight from here to California, like the whole thing.
So she's dead to sales as well.
And she just disappeared.
Yeah, she did.
Now, all she has to do, she could just call and go, Greg, I'm really, Chardonnay and diet pills. What can I say? Or something to that effect. And then Greg would go, well, I forgive you. And, then all's well.
Well, maybe you'll agree with her on this, Dawn Stensland. She said to, Real Time with Bill Maher on Friday, she was one of the panelists with Van Jones, and they were talking about the Super Bowl parade shooting. And she basically said that the name would be released if it was a white male. Kind of stunning both Van Jones and Bill Maher about this. This is cut 14, Kirk, go.
We don't know who did this shooting, by the way, the Super Bowl shooting.
We have some idea.
What?
If it were a white man shooting, we'd know.
Well, we don't know. But they haven't.
That's how we know it's not a white man. I can tell you that much.
But you think they were repressing that reporting?
They wouldn't tell us about the transgender woman that shot up the Christian school for like a year? San Bernardino out here. Remember the crazy terrorist Muslims? That's when I first noticed, they're not telling us who it is. It's not a white male. The longer they go without telling you, it's not a white male.
Okay, well, for this one, for right now, as of Friday night, February 16th,
we know.
We don't officially know. Okay, you have special powers. But
it was funny.
What we do know.
And Van Jones over there giggling as well. I don't know if he was really laughing or if he was just so bothered by Ann Coulter's commentary. But show me the lie. Tell me where she's wrong.
Yeah.
We didn't know about Audrey Hale's identity and her motive for almost a year. They wouldn't release her notebook in Nashville.
How crazy is
that? If
it
doesn't fit the narrative, they don't want to cover it. And they want to. And the worst part is they want to protect the trans community. Think about how many mass shooters we've seen now that are trans in the last year. The mainstream media is taking a lot of losses lately. Hasn't been a lot of white MAGA guys doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're due for one.
Yeah.
So even though she's still dead to me, she's right on that.
It's you can't disagree with the facts.
That's right.
The facts are that if it is a white dude, if it is a white male, if it fits a certain description, we know it doesn't matter if they're juveniles or not. We know their identity instantly.
Yep.
It's plastered everywhere.
Yep.
If it doesn't fit some certain narrative, we don't.
And it doesn't just apply to mass shootings. It applies to anytime there's excessive force allegations with a police officer, or if it's just any sort of crime. If it's black on black crime, it just gets buried in the news. If it's white versus black, it gets accentuated. It's obviously, you have, as Dawn always points it out, it's media bias by omission. And some stuff gets moved to the back burner. Other things get plastered across your TV for 3 straight days.
Yeah. She's not wrong. I mean, it's just, and for them, and I think the mayor said this too, that it's some conspiracy. It's conservative conspiracy. It's ridiculous.
I know.
It's a ridiculous notion. All you have to do is look at the facts.
Everything is racist and everything's a conspiracy theory.
Squad member Jamal Bowman took to the House steps last week, I think it was, because the Democrats have launched a new hip-hop task force.
Oh, my goodness.
It's aimed to address the issues plaguing black and brown people in America. On last Wednesday, Representative Jamal Bowman announced the Congressional Hip-Hop Power and Justice Task Force at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. The new program will use hip-hop music and community-building messages to help kickstart initiatives to fix the issues with economic equality, affordable housing, and more. The task force will be led by Bowman, as well as Hank Johnson, Delia Ramirez, and Andre Carson. There are no Republicans on this task force. Bowman revealed he was inspired to start this task force by the way hip-hop has been part of his life and rappers who made him love the genre, including Eric B. and Rakim, Queen Latifah, and Public Enemy.
Is Eric Bowman trying to imply that Republicans... Jamal Bowman? Eric, I don't know where I got Eric Bowman from. Jamal Bowman, are you trying to imply that Republicans don't like hip-hop? Young Nick Kayal in 1998 was a big hip-hop fan. Today's hip-hop, not so much, but the old school stuff.
Jamal Bowman would like to tell you about this hip-hop task
please
force. This is cut 2. Kirk, go.
This is not just about music. This is about addressing the injustices in our society. Now it's time to organize formally and bring into the halls of Congress the power and the transformative nature of hip-hop culture. Our goal is to make sure the hip-hop community has a seat at the table as we work on federal policy.
Okay, so what's the tie-in here with hip hop and so is Killer Mike going to perform in front of Nancy Pelosi? What are we doing here? These people, their obsession with forget identity for a moment, but culture and tying everything into the injustices of the world. It's really it's a bizarre platform to build your entire political career around. And I'm at the point now where, this is late February 2024. When does this fade away? This little phase that the because he's a squad member, so he's one of 8. I think he's one of the founding 4, actually. Oh, remember, we gave you the breakdown.
He's a founding father.
I think he's one of the 4 horsemen, yeah.
Are we allowed to say father since most of the squad members are female?
I don't know. That might trigger people like...
founding person.
Yeah, founding person, right. It's like the pendulum has got, even if you are in politics and you're in an elected office, I've got to think some of these Democrats that are more moderate, just more of your classic liberal that don't, like the Ro Khannas of the world in California. Do they eventually get together and say, hey, we need to kind of really, if we want to maintain power in some of these high positions, most notably the presidency, we need to kind of slide a little bit further right from these 8 nut jobs. That would be, if I was an elected official on the Dems side, I would be talking about that strategically.
I got to say as well, because Nick Kayal, like you, I was a big fan of hip-hop in the late 80s and 90s. But can you really say that hip-hop has been a positive influence in the black community? Because I don't know if I can.
I think you can make the case that it argues that glorifies shootings and drugs.
I mean, they would say, look, they would say we're just reflecting what we see every day. Mm-hmm. We're not glorifying it. We're just telling you how life in this part of the country is.
I mean, there's some truth to that, for sure.
There is. But to say that it's some positive influence is just wrong.
I think it's only a positive influence if you are able to use that to get yourself out of being born into, a rough family or a rough section of town.
Yep.
Just like sports, by the way. A
Sure.
lot of these things are done so you can get out of, the struggle.
Yeah. The All-Star game, the NBA All-Star game happened over the weekend. Nick, did you have any money riding on it?
I didn't even know it was played. Shows you what I think about basketball these days.
Charles Barkley was one of the commentators, Sir Charles, when he kind of went off on San Francisco. This is making the rounds here for Sir Charles, saying what a let me just clean this up for radio, crap hole.
Yeah.
San Francisco is, where you have to wear bulletproof vests, and he calls the people homeless crooks.
Okay.
This is cut one. By the way, also in this clip is Draymond Green and Taylor Rooks. Is that true?
Yeah, Taylor Rooks is a broadcaster.
All right. Cut one there, Kirk, go.
Hey, Reggie. Yes. If you had a chance of being cold or being around a bunch of homeless crooks in San Francisco, wouldn't you?
We love San Francisco.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
You can't even walk around down there.
Yes, you can walk around.
Yeah, with a bulletproof vest.
Hey, Chuck, you live in Philadelphia,
that little
Chuck.
red
I live in
button on that
Arizona.
microphone that says cough and just hold that down.
Absolutely.
Just hold that thing down.
You know what, BA?
Taking a shot at Philadelphia there, too.
Yes, he did. Now, if Charles Barkley would make those type of accurate, strong, opinionated comments Wednesday nights at 9 on CNN with Gayle King, I might actually watch the show. I might actually, consume that 60 minutes of the Chuckster because, he doesn't hold back. He'll tell you how he feels, whether he's wrong or right, and he's not wrong about that. San Francisco's turned into a glorified disaster.
Shafe on the YouTube chat brings up a very good point. Is Barkley not dog whistling?
Oh. I don't know. Should we get the Kansas City mayor on the line? Hey, Kansas City Mayor Quentin, I forget what his last name is now. Quentin Johnson. Can you come on Kayal and Company and respond to the dog whistle comments from NBA legend Charles Barkley?
Unfortunately not. Sorry.
He's unavailable.
He's unavailable for for anything, right?
Yeah. I text my old boss from time to time who's running the sports station for Odyssey out in San Francisco, and I think he's well aware. He doesn't tell me too much, but he doesn't deny what the presentation is of San Francisco and the Bay Area, specifically Oakland. Like San Francisco's bad, but Oakland's worse.
Elizabeth Warren has come out for legalizing marijuana.
Okay.
Great, right?
Sure.
Nice.
I'm not a marijuana user, but I think it's long past due.
So she went on Pod Save America, one of those podcasts there, and they asked, you know what a blunt rotation is, Nick Kayal? For somebody who doesn't smoke weed.
I was able to kind of decipher what it meant.
It means who would you like to sit around and pass a joint with?
So puff, puff, pass. That'll
it's not like rotating your tires.
No. You can go to United Tires for that, by the way.
Okay.
But no, it's not like that. It's who would you like to, any famous person, who would you like to sit around and, smoke some pot with?
Okay.
To sound like an old man. I'm going to go smoke some pot.
So was this like something you did in the 90s when you were ditching high school?
I mean, sure.
Okay.
Sure. Let's just use me as an example.
Yeah, why not?
So the funny thing about this is picturing Elizabeth Warren smoking weed. I just can't. Like, she just doesn't seem like she would.
She doesn't seem like she'd be a good time?
I'm going to have me a pot.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm gonna
when she
have
said,
me a beer.
I'm going to go have me a beer. Now she's going to have her some pot. So the commentator here asked who her dream blunt rotation is.
Oh, my God.
This is cuts. This is why podcasts are doing well, by the way. You know what I mean? Like, it's this type of stuff that makes headlines.
And by the way, she's the one that Trump calls Pocahontas, correct?
Yeah. Yes. This is cut 22. Kirk, go.
I'm going to give you a list of people, and we'd love for you to pick 4 of them as your dream blunt rotation. For those who aren't familiar.
Okay. Let me just that laugh.
Yeah.
I just ooh, cool pot. Ooh, I'm getting edgy here in my blazer.
She's very cringe.
Very cringe.
Yeah.
All right. Let me start this over. Kirk. One more time. Cut 22. Go.
I'm going to give you a list of people, and we'd love for you to pick 4 of them as your dream blunt rotation. For those who aren't familiar, a dream blunt rotation is a group of people you'd hypothetically like to smoke weed with because they'd be really fun time.
Okay, hypothetical. So all I'm really telling you, this has nothing to do with weed.
If you were someone
who do you think is fun?
potentially.
These are people you'd go get pedicures with. This
Right.
is what you're telling me.
Right.
Just make sure I'm
Right.
following this.
Couple
Okay.
edibles, pedicure, the whole
Okay,
thing.
I'm ready.
Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Bernie Sanders, Janet Yellen, Ed Markey, The Rock, Nancy
The
Pelosi.
Rock.
Yeah, I know that you
I'm
have.
stopping there. I'm just doing The Rock 4 times. Can
Rock
I
4
stop
times?
there? Yeah.
I had Nancy Pelosi, Snoop Dogg, Chuck Schumer, and Taylor Swift.
I'm still at The Rock.
Just The Rock. Just The Rock. You and The Rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 times,
that's
though.
totally
It's
fine.
the same thing.
If you smell. Wow. So she stops with The Rock. She didn't even get to a 4-person rotation. It's just her and The Rock back and forth.
Oh, my God.
That's pretty painful.
Oh, my God.
What
would she talk about to The Rock with?
I
Nothing.
mean,
Exactly.
right. I mean, I would. All right. So here's we could do a couple of poll questions here.
Yeah.
Would you rather smoke weed with Liz Warren, Kamala Harris, or Karine Jean-Pierre? I would go Kamala if those were the 3 choices.
Say again.
Kamala Harris,
Yep.
Karine Jean-Pierre, or Elizabeth Warren.
Kamala, definitely Kamala. Yeah.
Could you imagine the giggling going on?
Yeah.
By the way, so who would your dream 4 be? We should talk about this. if you could smoke weed with 4 people, like that was the question that was posed there on
Living or dead?
Pod Save America. Yeah, living or dead.
I mean, mine are all like musicians. So
Okay. Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, or John Lennon. Those guys. Jimi Hendrix, maybe.
Chris Farley would be a good time.
Yeah.
God rest his soul.
John Belushi.
Belushi, absolutely.
I don't know. I just that whole first of all, who wants to smoke pot with
a Democrat?
Fair.
Oh, man.
Who would your dream blunt rotation be, Nick Kayal?
I would go Chris Farley.
Wow.
Belushi's a great one.
Yep.
Farley, Belushi. All right, so I got the comedy aspect. Who's somebody of historical significance that I find interesting? In honor of President's Day, I'm going to go Abraham Lincoln. And I'll tell you what, I'll throw in Charles Barkley.
Barkley?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because Barkley's no holds barred.
Okay.
He's uncensored.
Got it.
You get him. He's back. He's enough of a nut sober. I can't imagine what he would say under the influence. I gotta start, but I gotta find a few females. I can't be with a bunch of dudes.
So we have a poll up now. Hunter Biden made it in there. Can you imagine?
Yeah, you can actually.
Well, I mean that's the funny thing.
It wouldn't end with weed with Hunter.
Yeah.
It would be a gateway to something else.
Let's see here. Moving on to cut 6 here, Kirk.
And by the way, Pod Save America is that like a successful podcast?
It is. It's a very successful podcast.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Jon Favreau from not the director and the guy who was in Swingers. It was I think he was a member of the Obama administration.
Okay.
So it's a very left-leaning podcast, but
Sure.
it does well.
Okay.
Joy Reid talked to Salon, Salon magazine, or Salon.com, whatever it is, and she says that she says we, but she means she being a part of it, literally, physically built this country. They're talking about reparations.
Oh, here we go.
So I guess Joy Reid, with her, what do you think, Dawn? She makes 7 figures? She probably makes 7 figures, definitely.
They all
God,
do.
yes.
7 figures salary.
Probably making 15, 20 million.
Talking about we building this country. This is cut 6. Kirk, go.
And to find out that literally Barack Obama's 2 terms as president are your reparations, and Juneteenth, which you already celebrated anyway, is your reparations, and yet you built this country. You literally physically built this country, and yet the attitude toward you from a lot of your peers and your fellow citizens is just shut up and be grateful. And it's infuriating.
always love when the 1% elitists out there claim like they're the victim and need more.
Yeah.
And again, this nonsensical, insane world we're living in, where we've had, not only media members, but politicians coming out and talking about these reparations as if it's logistically and financially possible and feasible. Who was it that wanted to give out $70 billion? I think it was somebody from California. It's just not possible. Move on.
Biden has a Michigan problem. And a lot of that has to do with the Muslim and Arab community. I believe it's the highest in the country because of his support for Israel. Rashida Tlaib, another squad member, urged Michigan voters to withhold their support for Biden in the 2024 election.
Whoa.
So he has a huge Michigan problem. And
squad member could cost Joe.
He needs Michigan. Cut 12. Kirk, go.
It's Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. I'm here at the Ford Civic Center in the city of Dearborn. I wanted to remind everyone, please, know that you can early vote today until February 17th. They are open here, specifically here from 9 to 5. Check with your local clerks. There are early voting all throughout the 12th Congressional District. It is important, as you all know, to not only march against the genocide, not only make sure that we're calling our members of Congress and local electeds and passing city resolutions all throughout our country. It is also important to create a voting bloc, something that is a bullhorn to say enough is enough. We don't want a country that supports wars and bombs and destruction. We want to support life. We want to stand up for every single life killed in Gaza. I want you to think of Al Shama. I want you to think of Rima. I want you to think of Sidra. I want you to think of all of the amazing young children and the people, again, lives were lost in Gaza. This is the way you can raise our voices. Don't make us even more invisible. Right now, we feel completely neglected and just unseen by our government. If you want us to be louder, then come here and vote uncommitted.
Wow.
Sadly, we see and hear too much of her, actually. And I don't know if you guys saw the story towards the end of last week that she did not vote to condemn rape as a weapon of war for Hamas. Can you imagine being a female and not condemning rape? She is a very vile individual. I despise her. But as far as Michigan goes, here's why this is impactful. And I might do a big take on this later in the week. I've got all the numbers from the 2020 election for the swing states. I've got them written down here. Biden took Michigan by 154,188 votes. That was bigger than North Carolina, Nevada, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. If people follow through with what she just said there, Joe's going to have a big issue. Now, 154,000 votes is pretty significant, but if that gets chopped away because of the words of Ms. Tlaib, and we've been saying this for months. Joe's, stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
Yep.
He's got to appease the squad Dems, but he's also got to be pro-Israel. I don't envy the guy right now.
By the way, when did Charlemagne the God become the guy that people on Sunday morning shows go to like to interview? John Carl sat down with Charlemagne, who hosts a morning program called The Breakfast Club on a New York station. I think they're actually syndicated, but
not to be confused with Principal Vernon from The Breakfast Club in the great 80s movie.
Yeah, not that. He says that he's gotten pushback from the White House for criticizing President Biden.
Oh.
So
White House not happy with Charlemagne.
The White House not happy with Charlemagne, that God. This is cut 11. Kirk, go.
Well, do you get blowback from the White House? Because you, even now in this conversation, you're very tough on Biden. So when you say something critical, do you hear from him?
Yeah, and I think that's the stupidest ever, because I think that, I'm sorry, I forgot. But
we can bleep that out.
Yeah. Because I feel like you should be able to criticize whoever your elected official is, right? Yeah. And even if I do criticize them, I'm criticizing them because of what I see coming up in November. I see what we're facing. So what I'm saying to them is, where is the sense of urgency? You can't keep saying that there's a threat to democracy, and democracy as we know it is going to be gone, but not act like it. And the other problem is they've always done this with every single Republican candidate. Since I've been alive, whoever the Republican presidential candidate has been, they've demonized. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if it's John McCain. It doesn't matter if it was, Mitt Romney. It doesn't matter who it is. They will demonize the Republican candidate. And now that there's an actual legitimate threat right there in our faces, they're like the party who cried wolf. Nobody believes them.
Basically, he realizes that Joe sucks, and he's probably not voting for Joe again. That's basically what he said.
But he's also not voting for Trump.
But he's also not going to vote for Trump. So it's amazing how the White House is so mad that all of their typical supporters and water boys are not in their corner right now. Charlemagne. I've also got a story here from Politico. New York Times publisher. White House extremely upset on Biden's age coverage.
Uh-oh.
So when the New York Times, the Washington Post, Charlemagne the God, and everybody typically on the left that supports the Democrats start to agree with Republicans, then the White House gets mad that, hey, how dare you not portray everything to be rosy.
But he's correct in one of the things he said, where in my lifetime as well, the Democrats have, and the Republicans have done the same thing, but the Democrats have always said, like, oh, this is it. This is the last election we will ever have. I remember them doing that with Mitt Romney. I remember them doing that with John McCain. I remember them doing that with George W. Bush. Every single Republican, it's always like, this is the last election. You must turn out for this, or democracy and life as we know it is over. So it kind of is like the boy who cried wolf. Mm-hmm. It's like, we've heard this song and dance, and you know what? Nothing's really changed since you said that. Some of them have gotten in office, some of them haven't,
right.
And my life hasn't changed all that much.
Yeah, and elections are still here and still a thing. What a wild concept.
It is. It really is. Kristen Welker on CBS, or not CBS, what's that? NBC's Meet the Press, interviewed late former President Ronald Reagan's daughter, Patty Davis Reagan. Okay. And she asked her about cognitive tests because, as you know, at the time, Ronald Reagan was the oldest president when he was elected. I think he was 69 when he was elected. He was 77 when he left office. Rumor has it, and I believe it's a pretty known fact, that he did have some cognitive issues by the time of his second term ending. But she asked her about this. I'm going to start with cut 8. Kirk, go.
The other big issue that has been in the forefront right now is the issue of age. Your father, when he was elected at the time, was the oldest person elected president at 69.
I know.
Now, obviously, the president is in his 80s. Former President Trump, the front runner, is in his late 70s. Do you think there should be cognitive tests for people running for the highest office in the land?
Probably, yeah. I mean, in just what we know about what age can do, it doesn't always do that, but it would probably be a good idea. Yeah, I know. My father was 77 when he left office after 2 terms. It seems so young now, doesn't it?
Yes. Did it seem at the time old to you? We talked about your dad as being, at the time, the oldest president.
I don't think it did, because, you know, it was 87, I believe, when he stood in front of the Berlin Wall and said, you know, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. So that was not someone who was fractured in age. I mean, yes, I probably thought he was old because he's my father, and we think that about our parents, but, you know, not in the way that we're talking about now.
Well, I tell you what, Americans would kill for a 69-year-old president right about now, would they not?
Dawn, can I ask you a question? Did she posed for Playboy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just wondering.
Reagan's daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Google image.
No, she's.
It's a bad.
That was a long. That must have been a long time.
So that, okay, yeah.
No,
that must have been a long time ago.
Yeah.
She just doesn't. You know what? Some women get too. She's played around too much with fillers,
Mm-hmm.
and so I didn't even recognize her at first.
Oh, she's had facial work done.
Yeah, but it's those filler things that look goofy.
Yeah.
I don't mean goofy, but just.
If you think that looks bad, you should check out her Instagram. I'm sure there's filters all over the place.
By the way,
she doesn't look like herself.
And by the way, on the concept of the cognitive test, even if there was, you know, a rule or a law put in that presidents, north of whatever age have to submit to a cognitive test, who's to actually think for a second and believe that the White House wouldn't fabricate it? I mean, let's just say in a hypothetical, 10 years from now at the age of 72 and above, if you're a president or a primary frontrunner, you got to submit it to a cognitive test. Who's to say that they wouldn't fail it and they would just come out and doctor it up and say, oh, no, Joe passed it. See, here's what the doctor said.
Yep. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Sorry.
But it should be, whatever they do, it should be consistent. The fact now that the Biden's doctor says, nope, we're not going to do the cognitive, it just looks, it's a bad look.
Yep. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button and also hit the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button. And also, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, please hit the follow button on 1210WPHT. Hit that follow button. It helps us out tremendously whenever you do that. So hit the follow button. By the way, Patty Davis Reagan was always an outspoken critic of her father. Am I correct in saying that, Dawn? Okay, you know this history stuff better than I do. But she's always been kind of on the left of center on things.
Oh.
Asked about, because it's the daughter of Ronald Reagan, asking about how her father would see today's politics. This is what she said. This is cut 9. Kurt, go.
I wonder if you could reflect on today's politics. You write this beautiful account of Tip O'Neill visiting your father, his hospital bed, and how different our politics feel today, the inability to reach across the aisle, and frankly, to form those types of bonds where you can debate vigorously in Washington, but be there for each other on a very personal level. What do you think your father would say about our current state of politics?
I think he would be I think he'd be appalled, really, and they used to have martinis together, two, old Irish guys, like sharing a drink after, it's like two lawyers battling it out in court and then going and having a drink together, It was just more civilized, and he didn't understand lack of civility. He didn't understand attacking another person. I mean, he could be, pretty pointed in what he would say about someone else, but he didn't understand cruelty. And that's what we're dealing with now. And I think he wouldn't understand that, and I think he would be really scared for our democracy. And I think that I don't know who. I think he would address people more than any candidates. I think he would address the American people at what has divided us. And I mean, in my own opinion, and I think this probably is how he would think, is our divisions really started because we're all so scared. There's so much fear around, whether we're going to get shot in a mass shooting, or our children are, or, if you walk into a store, is there going to be or a church, or wherever, we're scared. And fear morphs into anger. It just does. It's not sustainable. We don't want to be afraid. We don't mind so much being angry. And, there are people on the public stage and on the political front who understand very well that synergy between fear and anger, and who are masterful at exploiting it.
Well, I think the media and the politicians are both complicit in the fear peddling from both sides. But I do find it interesting from a strategy standpoint when you look at both parties right now. You have on the right, you have Republicans, MAGA Republicans, rightfully so, who have been saying, we're done with the old school, like Nikki Haley, warmongering Republican. We're tired of these uniparty swamp creatures. I totally get that, because I'm sick of those people as well. And then you have on the left, you have the Democrats that have been hijacked by the squad Dems and the far left progressives. I've said this on the show many times. I do think whichever party slides a little bit further back towards the center, and I'm not saying become moderate, but just a little further in from the fringes, could be a runaway freight train for a long time in politics. And it'll be interesting to see who does that, when it plays out, and who the leader of both sides are. Because I've said for a while, like, I think Republicans are in deep crap if a moderate liberal Democrat becomes the face of the party and they get away from this progressive, ridiculous left-wing stuff. Same thing for the Democrats. Their policies are terrible. And I think, for a while now, if and obviously this is pre-Roe v. Wade, Republicans would be able to dominate for a while.
It's just funny to me how we kind of rewrite history a lot and how all of a sudden Reagan is being looked at as some moderate president. I mean, the liberals, granted I was very young, but I've done a lot of watching and reading and seeing stuff on his presidency. And liberals hated him. He was literally the Antichrist. I remember somebody had a T-shirt of him with like the Hitler mustache on him. Like he was literally compared to Hitler. So this whole notion, George W. Bush, the same thing.
American exceptionalism, that's racist.
There were T-shirts going around with George W. Bush. This is not my president.
Yeah, so she's talking about the ugliness and the false claims of ads and how ugly they are, and I will just take you back, since you're talking about campaign history. It was before South Carolina. This was, 2000? Because I was thinking when she was talking, they claimed that the McCain's little girl, who was like 9 years old, I think her name was Bridget, and
was illegitimate, right?
Was a love child. They adopted her from Bangladesh. They had biological kids together, but they had an adopted child. These ads insinuated that this little girl was some kind of a love child of McCain, and that he had tried. It was just nasty. They said nasty things about his military record, about Cindy McCain. Like, it could not have been uglier. So I will just say this. I'd rather have somebody say something to my face than do ugly, nasty stuff like that behind my back, and especially about my 8-9-year-old little girl.
Well, I mean, politics have always been dirty, and the media obviously adds the fuel to the fire. But I would say it's gone to a totally different volume, so to speak, in the last 10, 15 years with social media. I think social media has made it far worse.
Edward writes, Ronald Wilson Reagan, 666. That's right. There was also this conspiracy theory that he was the devil because the letters in his name spelled out 666. Like, come on. With this, we were all harmonious back then, and by the way, forgive me, Dawn, I believe that the rumor was that the George W. Bush campaign put out that John McCain thing. So
yes, and I actually interviewed him a couple times, McCain, when he was here, and then at the time when I did CBS News Saturday Morning, and I remember what he said about George W. Bush. He was like, the guy's this thick. It made him crazy, that behind the scenes. But now Bush claimed that he had nothing to do with it. It was an outside campaign, but they did get rid of it because it was. If you look up nastiest political tricks or things like that, it's in the top 5. In our history. It was nasty.
I just hate this revisionist history of everything. Oh, politics has never been nastier. Well, they literally compared him to the devil.
Yeah.
We do this with everything, right? We always say it's never been worse than it is today. And you go back and look at everything, and it's like, nothing's really changed.
Yeah.
Joe
Biden, I believe on Friday, visited East Palestine, Ohio. But was not welcomed with open arms. CBS Evening News was there, I believe, Friday night, interviewing a resident who basically said his visit is too little, too late. This is cut 13. Kirk, go.
He has not helped us. He's too little, too late.
Do you want the federal government to step in?
At this point, I'll take anything. We're crying for somebody to help us, to either get us out of the situation or go back and clean this properly.
Go back and clean this properly. I think a year later now, we are still seeing. I think it cut off right there at the end where they were showing that creek or that little body of water. I think there's still confirmation out there that some of the water is contaminated. Now, I'm not saying the drinking water, but some of the little streams that still have like that murky, like shiny tint to it, so to speak.
Yeah, he was not received well there. So there are all kinds of protesters.
I mean, honestly, at this point, he shouldn't have even gone.
Agreed.
Dude,
bad move.
You had probably, I would say, a 30 to 90 day window to go. You were way past your expiration on that.
By the way, you want to play good politics? The day that happened, the day after, you swoop in there And
yeah.
you put your arms around that community.
Well, how quickly did Trump go?
Exactly.
Trump was there within, I think, a month, right?
But what I'm saying is that if he really wanted to, turn that city around, meaning politically, he could have.
Well, let's flip it to an area that maybe he would need. Like I think he probably realizes that East Palestine, Ohio, Ohio being a red state, it's going to be Trump regardless. What if this was one of the battlegrounds that this happened?
Yeah.
What if this was in Dearborn, Michigan? Or what if this was somewhere in Pennsylvania or Nevada or Georgia?
Yep.
He would have been there.
Agreed.
I think he just looks at Ohio as an L, so he doesn't bother.
But it was a bad political mistake because he could have turned it around if he really would have embraced that city. You know what I mean? Just really embraced it.
Which I believe voted 73% voted Trump in East Palestine.
All right, I got to be careful with this cut.
By the way, 5 minutes till the Disney keyword.
5 minutes.
5 minute warning.
Dawn, I need your help on this.
Sir.
I need your help on this. So this was on Pix 11. You guys would say that NYPD or New York City kind of a mess right now, right? As far as crime and.
No, I actually was thinking about relocating next week there.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Yes, it is.
So. The NYPD apparently has a dance team.
I saw this video. Cool. Oh, my God, I saw this.
Okay.
Wait, get to YouTube, folks.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. Dawn, look, when I think of a police officer, I think of somebody that needs to be fit, right? Somebody who's in good shape, who can outrun people, who can... So these are the ladies of the NYPD. And I'm being... kind here by saying maybe they could use the dancing a little bit more.
I don't know. I'm worried to look at this because
are you saying they are calorically challenged?
I see a headline that says defund the police dance team at NYPD. So
Dawn, if you could watch this and just help me comment so I don't sound like a sexist pig. This is cut. Where are we here? This is cut 16.
Now look how fit number 24.
Yeah, number 24 is
number
really
24,
fit. Yeah, she could chase me down.
Great
any day.
dancer. But they all look fit. Just some of them look.
Look at two. Come on.
Stop.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna do this,
Do we have confirmation? We need to get confirmation to see if they are actually real officers, where they are, have the power to arrest people.
I think they are.
Okay. See, this is again, and this can be viewed, if you want to view this as sexist, I really don't care. We can't be lowering the standards for police officers, for our military, for our firefighters, for our paramedics. This diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense where we lower the bar so people can feel like, hey, I can do this too. No, like if you can't pass the physical exam, I'm sorry. I don't care if you're a female, if you're a minority, if you're not straight, whatever it is. If you can pass the test, you're in. If not, I'm not lowering it for you. That's my rule of thumb.
Well, they obviously passed.
Did they lower the bar, though, is my question.
They lowered the bar for a multitude of reasons.
So Sparrow on the YouTube chat says they can be office staff. Regardless, I don't think this is something I'd make fun of. Okay. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying that if we're like, it's we need fit people in the NYPD.
And for a city right now that's got a epidemic of officers being assaulted, by not only American citizens, but illegal immigrants, I'm not sure that I'm rolling out my dance team on PIX Channel 11 right now.
Yeah.
If I'm Eric Adams and I'm the powers that be in New York City politics. Just saying.
Well, maybe this is, I don't know if they raise money or, they're having fun with this. But I will remind you, think about, let's just say this. Think about our Philadelphia Eagles. We've got some big players who are guys who are extremely fit. So these women are really cute. They're having a really good time. This is maybe how they started getting their cardio. I would be interested. I think every city should have this. I think it's a great mental health outlet.
Yep.
So I think they're cute.
Kirk says he has checked, and they are all police officers.
See,
okay.
There you go. I mean, can number 2, can she chase down, in...
She would kick your butt.
Can we go back to a freeze frame of just the picture?
Stop.
I just want to see which ones I think I can outrun.
And by the way, there are some male police officers who are probably,
I agree.
Big boned, as you said.
I agree.
Yeah.
I've seen. I mean, look.
Oh, I don't want fat dudes with lowered bars either.
We keep seeing that clip of that police officer Dawn who you reported on Friday, who was, and in that melee in Philadelphia, there were a lot of cops in there. A lot of those cops did not look like they were in great shape. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Hey, 27 might take Jason Kelsey's spot on the Eagles.
Stop. That's not nice.
It is not nice. No.
Not nice. No, I would say this about law enforcement officers is this kind of an activity is great to get them out and do some cardio.
Yeah.
And also mental health, have some fun, raise some money because they're cutting their overtime, which is why a bunch of them are quitting. You know. Stop.
Just awful.
Spanking machine.
The comments here
guys.
Are just the greatest.
Exactly.
Mic drop. I don't want to say what you said, but you win Twitter or you win YouTube.
This is radio, people.
What did he say?
Nothing. I'm just all I'm saying is that it's look. You're right. I'm glad that they're out there.
Yeah.
Getting fit
They're
and
cute.
healthy.
It's fit and mentally. It's good for your mental health to do that kind of thing. They're having fun. They're cute.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just hear New York's finest. That doesn't come to mind for me.
Stop.
No, I just look. You need to be able to pass physical stamina thing.
Right.
Well,
I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that they can't do it, but
I would just say, do you feel less safe or more safe in New York City after watching that video? I think it's illogical to conclude that you probably feel less safe. It's just fact. But, it's just me. Facts bother people.
Oh, look at the time. Don't you
Oh, don't you know?
Don't you know?
Don't you know? All right, here we go. 8:32 on this Tuesday morning. It is time for keyword number 14 for Kayal and Company as we are giving you the opportunity at a 7-night voyage to the Caribbean because the time to show your kids the world is now. Enter for a chance to win today. You will take this keyword to 1210WPHT.com and enter to win. All right, here we go. The keyword. Oh, by the way, yesterday, for those that might have missed the show, President's Day, our buddy Sean Farish was in. Yesterday's keyword was shows, SHOWS. But today's keyword is travel.
Travel.
TRAVEL. Take travel. 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 Take it right now to 1210WPHT.com and enter it for your chance at the 7-night trip on the Disney cruise to the Caribbean with up to 4 people.
Woohoo!
Nice. 4 people.
Yeah.
All right.
And we have checked. You cannot take us.
That is correct.
That is correct.
All right.
But maybe in the next one we give away, maybe then we can.
What, are you working on the second one already?
Cool.
I didn't say that. I just said I doubt we're going to get another one.
I don't know. We've promoted the hell out of this. I think we should get one every quarter.
Yeah.
All right. Take travel to 1210WPHT.com. We'll come back, get Dawn's Big 3, and then we are less than an hour away from Jimmy Fallon from Fox News. He's coming up at 9:30, and we're back after this on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score an even bigger payday. However you want to play. Just head to FanDuel.com/Greg to bet the NBA with a no-sweat, a same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. By the way, I think the Sixers play the Knicks Thursday night. So you can get in on the action there. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. And if the official sportsbook of the official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA, minimum 3-leg parlay required, refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
QC Kinetics patient Robert Patterson, a veteran and business owner, struggled at work and in the gym with chronic agonizing shoulder pain.
Those injuries just continue to nag, and if you don't treat them, they just get worse. And I just kind of abused my body for a long time, and it finally had said enough is enough.
That's okay, because QC Kinetics tells your pain, hey, enough is enough. Their regenerative treatments bring you relief by helping restore and repair damaged tissue with no drugs, no downtime, and best of all, no surgery.
I was able to exceed the goals that I had previously attained in the gym. It was absolutely worth its weight in gold, so I could continue to live life without limitation.
Ready to get lasting relief from your joint pain? Call QC Kinetics to learn more about how natural biologic treatments can get you lasting results. Call now. It's a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
And paid for by America First Tax Group. Attention, if you or your business is behind in filing your tax returns, or if you owe over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS, please listen carefully. The IRS does not joke around and will not stop their collection efforts. If you're tired of the IRS letters, levies, liens, or wage garnishments and would like to get a fresh start, we can help. Due to the financial hardships in the country, the IRS is making it easier than ever to settle tax problems for those who owe more than $10,000. We can help settle your delinquent tax problems, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes significantly. Even if you can't afford to pay your back taxes, you can still get the help you need. We've helped thousands of taxpayers just like you, but you must call 800-908-7393 today to stop your tax problem from getting worse. The information is free and the help is real. Call 800-908-7393. That's 800-908-7393. Again, 800-908-7393.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, 8:38, Kayal and Company rolling on live Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Jimmy Fallon coming up at 9:30. Morning mystery movie clip coming up 9:20. Also, Anthony Blinken in the news for something that he shouldn't be in the news about. But we'll get to that ridiculous story coming up in a little bit. And also, the largest COVID vaccine study ever done finds links to health conditions. We're going to get to this story coming up in a couple of minutes. Speaking of COVID, my wife and daughters just tested positive for COVID.
Really?
Just yesterday, yeah.
Are they okay?
Well, yeah. They went on social media. They said they're triple vax, quadruple boosted, grateful to have mild symptoms, and will be quarantining for the next 5 days. Thoughts and prayers. Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. My wife has a migraine, so she has.
Oh,
and my daughter has an upset stomach.
Oh.
So they took tests, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we have COVID." I was like, "All right, cool. Anything else going on?" They were like, "No." I'm like, "All right,
caring dad.
Talk to you guys tomorrow." That's just where I'm at with COVID. I think that's where everybody is at with COVID, especially when it comes to people that test positive for COVID that basically feel like they have a cold. So there you go. But we will get to these studies and these details, which are very interesting, coming up in just a little bit. But before we get to all of that, 8:38 on this Tuesday morning, let's get to the news. It's time for a Dawn Stenzelin Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
And we are sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations. Number 1, Committee of 70, a watchdog group, says Mayor Sherelle Parker of Philadelphia spent nearly $1 million in campaign funds on salaries and benefits for her staffers who helped her clinch the mayoral election this year. But who received that pay? And calls for transparency this morning. So that's the question here. So who made the money? Who paid for that? This is the committee. There are watchdog groups who look at all of this, and they're simply demanding that Mayor Harris, now as she has an historic win, they're demanding transparency and reaching out to her campaign manager, who now works in the administration. Their city-funded salaries are public record, making a lot of money, but following the money trail and demand. I don't know that anything nefarious happened here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm simply reporting this, that there are calls from advocacy groups to say, please, Mayor Parker, provide some transparency here.
Yeah, I think everybody wants that on both sides of the ledger, to be honest.
So we're following that and just putting that on your radar, if you will. Now, Greg Stocker talked about Muslim activists in Michigan, but did you know that over the weekend, this is our Big 3 number 2, there's a national Biden movement that Greg Stocker was talking about. Well, the campaign was launched, has been launched here in Pennsylvania just this week. So they were out yesterday afternoon, and they're part of the protesters saying that this is the national Ban Biden movement launching its Pennsylvania effort, because they're saying that Muslim voters and allies in Pennsylvania should not vote for President Joe Biden. This is all because of, they say, his policy of supporting Israel in the Middle East and not pushing for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Where was this specifically started in Pennsylvania? Does it say city?
So,
is it a Philly thing?
Yeah, so they were in Philadelphia and making their way around the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as they're launching Pennsylvania efforts. We know that they were in the group, traveled for a conference in Michigan. I think that was late last year.
Okay.
And so now this is their. Now, they're not necessarily saying vote for Trump.
No, of course not.
I don't think they like him either.
No.
So I don't know that they're endorsing a third party. That's the question. Who are they endorsing?
But think about this cumulative effect. I mean, you talk about it in Michigan.
Yep.
You talk about it in Pennsylvania. It's going to pick up. It's not something that's going to go away anytime soon, because this will not be resolved in the Middle East in the next 7 or 8 or 9 months.
Oh, you don't think we're going to get... Okay.
I'm willing to guess no.
Right.
Probably not in the next 7 or 8 lifetimes. So, yeah, I mean, now think about it. In every swing state, the totality could add up where even if they don't vote for Trump, as long as they're not voting for Biden, it could cost Biden. This is something that we got to pay attention to and see if it gains traction in other locales.
You see that how many votes that it really came down to in the last 2 elections, and any sort of, a few here, a few there, a few here, a few there, and they don't even necessarily have to vote for Trump. They can just vote for third party or not vote at all.
Yep.
And that's
stay home.
That's a bad omen for Joe Biden.
That
State of the Union better be good coming up on March 7th, Joe. 17 days out.
So number 3, I have to go with the latest on the horse on I-95.
Oh, yeah, how is
I
he
have to
doing?
revisit this.
Can we put up the video
Horse
again?
on the loose.
Yeah.
This morning in the wee hours of the morning on I-95, police were getting all kinds of calls and there's the horse galloping. People thought they were seeing double, or maybe that they partied too much on President's Day.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the video.
Yeah, here he comes. Let's see him galloping. Look at that. Full stride.
Just right on the shoulder of 95. I mean, very considerate horse.
Man.
And going at a nice clip too.
And look how pedigreed he is.
I know.
That's got to be a horse that does some sort of either racing or at least riding. That's not a horse that just, hangs out on a farm.
Who do you think how fast do you think he was going?
Can we go back, Kirk? Let me see the visual again of him galloping. I'm going to say that's got to be I'm going to go a good 20 miles an hour.
You think so?
I should. You know me with numbers. I'm always way off. That could be like 7 miles an hour, and then I'll get fact checked on the YouTube chat.
What's the fastest horses run? I don't know.
I'm checking this right now. Racehorse. Wow, racehorses are generally trained to reach speeds 40 to 44 miles per hour.
Wow.
My God, they go faster than most smart cars.
Now, apparently, they tracked down the owners, and in fact, the owners are associated with the Fletcher Street Urban Riding Club.
Okay.
Urban Riding Club?
Urban Riding Club.
What is an urban riding club?
Urban Riding Club.
Okay.
They're saying, I guess.
Oh, it sounds a little racist to me.
The stables.
Is there a dog whistle?
The stables are in Fletcher Street and Strawberry Mansion and East Fairmount Park. And so they're a nonprofit horseback riding club.
Where do you ride over there?
Oh, my goodness. All through the Wissahickon.
Oh, okay.
Really?
All right.
All through the Wissahickon.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, and we'll be walking Buddy Boy, and I'll be like, whoa, that was a big dog that left. You have to pick up after your dog, and then there's this huge horse.
Poop.
Doo-doo.
Doo-doo.
But they don't mind that because it's vegetarian, because they just eat the hay.
Yeah.
Is it expensive to do horseback riding lessons for your kid?
Yeah.
I've always thought it was. I'm just praying to God my daughters never arrive at the conclusion that that's something they want to take up.
Yeah, it's not cheap at all.
Okay.
It's not, but it's wonderful.
I can't imagine.
It seems like a very elitist activity.
I don't know if it's
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah? I don't know. You want to take the girls horseback riding today?
Ever since the whole Christopher Reeve thing in the 90s.
You got paralyzed, right?
Yeah, I just want to stay away from the horseback riding.
It's amazing. Lex Luthor couldn't hurt Superman, but a horse did.
It's true.
Unbelievable.
Aw. No, listen, they just had a ski trip for LaSalle College High School, 15-year-old kid who's in Canada, right here in our area. LaSalle College High School student, 15, was killed over the weekend because they were on a Canadian trip. Yeah, it's just tragic.
Ugh.
And they were a ski trip, and he was going, and really a great skier. And I don't know if there was a pole that was in the wrong spot and smashed into it, and it killed him.
Jesus. I had a skiing accident when I was 15. I felt because I was trying to learn how to brake, and my knees went in too far, tore my knee up. I tore like my meniscus. They had to ski me down the hill in a toboggan.
So cool, man.
I was screaming and crying like a baby.
That's painful.
I was like, help, get the ambulance.
Oh, my gosh. You poor kid.
Oh, my God.
But all these sports are, all these activities are dangerous.
Yeah, they are.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
So
Just do what Greg does. Just stay inside and don't leave your house, folks.
Our prayers with the LaSalle family, that's for sure. Hey,
Yeah.
Turn 7, liquidations. Thank you for sponsoring our Big 3. It is over. Turn 7 lost their lease in Morristown. They must liquidate and vacate now. Everything to the bare walls is being sacrificed. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, I should say, closing forever in Morristown. Turn 7, liquidations. Thanks for sponsoring Big 3, Kayal Company News Live.
Thank you very much. Dawn, coming up next, we'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with the latest, largest COVID vaccine study and the results. We'll give you the details when we come back as we continue live on Kayal Company. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And I got to tell you, the 2024 Honda Pilot, what an SUV. I'm talking specifically about the Trail Sport model, which features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-view cameras, 18-inch alloyed wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. You've got size, you've got safety, you've got technology, you've got style, all in a full-sized, big old SUV, and it can go off-roading. That's why it's the Trail Sport model. And the thing I love about it most, as somebody that takes, kids to activities, dance, gymnastics. If you're a mom or a dad, big sleepover coming up, baseball team, whatever it is, travel ball, You're going to love that third row seating. It is sensational. A lot of size, a lot of space, and it's perfect for a family of 4, 5, 6, or even 7. And you can check out the all-new 2024 Honda Pilot at one of the 5 Honda locations that Piazza offers to you in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Or you can shop their inventory online in your own house, in your own convenience, at your own expense. PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Check it out today.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, stop struggling to stay afloat and call Accredited Debt Relief today for faster relief. Depending on your financial situation, you may qualify for a 40% or higher reduction in your monthly payments and only have to make one consolidated monthly payment you can afford. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 qualified consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. This is the light at the end of the debt tunnel to become debt-free. So make the call to Accredited Debt Relief now and see how much you can save. There's no obligation, so call now and get relief from your debt faster.
Call 800-455-8787. 800-455-8787. That's 800-455-8787. Program and services not available in all states.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
$8:52, Kayal and Company, as we continue putting a bow on the 8 o'clock hour. Jimmy Fallon from Fox News coming up at 9:30 this morning. Morning mystery movie clip in just about 28 minutes. So the largest COVID vaccine study to date has just come out with the effects and the links to health conditions if you have been vaccinated. I thought this was pretty interesting. They actually studied 99 million people that have been vaccinated, at least with the initial wave of vaccines that came out. What was that? That would have been March and April of 2021, I believe, when it was finally rolled out for the masses. And according to Bloomberg, the vaccines that protect against severe illness, death, and lingering COVID symptoms from a coronavirus infection have been linked to small increases in the following categories: neurological, blood, and heart-related conditions in the largest global vaccine safety study to date. The rare events identified early in the pandemic included a higher risk of heart-related inflammation from mRNA shots that were made by Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna, as well as an increased risk of a type of blood clot in the brain after immunization with viral vector vaccines, such as the one developed by the University of Oxford and made by AstraZeneca. Now, they also go on to say that the research looked for 13 different medical conditions that the groups considered, quote, adverse events of special interest in the 99 million vaccinated individuals in 8 countries that were studied, in hopes of aiming to identify higher than expected cases after a COVID shot. They ended up using this aggregated data, and they looked at the increase of the possibility of identifying rare safety signals that might have been missed when looking at only smaller populations. Myocarditis, or inflammation of the heart muscle, was consistently identified following a first, second, and third dose of the vaccine, the study found. And the highest increase in the observed to expected ratio was seen after a second jab with the Moderna shot. A first and fourth dose of the same vaccine was also tied to an increase in pericarditis, or inflammation of the thin sac covering of the heart. So if you were one of those people that had Moderna and then also got a second shot or the second booster, you are in that category of the higher increased risk of myocarditis or inflammation. So I wanted to pass that along for anybody out there that was, maybe not in the loop with the latest. This was a massive, massive study. They looked at, again, 13 different medical conditions. They surveyed and studied basically 99 million people throughout 8 different countries. So this is obviously something that we will be paying attention to for many, many years to come. And this was courtesy of Bloomberg and Fox News. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get the final hour started. Anthony Blinken, I think you have a lot on your plate. I would not be worried about misgendering. The details when we come back. Kayal and Company, stay right there.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
I'm Cheryl, and I'm living with sarcoidosis ILD, a type of interstitial lung disease. ILD is hard to diagnose, but if you have it, you need to know now. The sooner you know, the sooner you and your family can face ILD together, because you cannot walk this walk alone. If you're out of breath and have a constant dry cough, it might be asthma or COPD, but it could be ILD. Ask a pulmonologist and keep asking until you know. Learn more now at lungsandyou.com.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code GIFT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
How are you doing? You sick and tired of those achy joints and you dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics. Call them today. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids or surgery are certainly no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative non-surgical drug-free treatments which deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, that aching shoulder, maybe from arthritis or maybe from that past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and then direct your body's natural abilities to restore and actually repair that damaged joint tissue. Pretty amazing stuff. Revolutionary approach that gets you long-term relief, no downtime. Make this the year. Right now, do this. Reclaim your mobility. Reclaim your independence. You're going to feel so good. And, of course, without any trauma of surgery, no harmful drugs. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:01, fourth and final hour underway on this Tuesday morning. If you thought the misgendering madness in the Houston church shooter story from about a week and a half ago was insane, wait till you hear what Anthony Blinken is up to. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. Also, this is going to be right in Dawn's wheelhouse. We have a story that we have to get to when it comes to breastfeeding and babies and breast milk. This is courtesy of the NHS, and I'm not really sure that Greg or I are really qualified to talk about this subject. So we might have to tee up Dawn for this one, or else we'll be labeled sexist as well. And I don't want to have that happen to me at this juncture of my life. So we'll get to that story as we continue. Jimmy Fail is going to join us from Fox News. He's coming up at 9:30 this morning. He's got a great book out right now. It is a New York Times bestseller. It is called Jimmy Fallon, Cancel Culture Dictionary, an A to Z Guide to Winning the War on Fun. You can get it on Amazon. You can purchase the hardback. You can get the audio version only. You could get the Kindle if you prefer to read on a tablet or a smart device. And he will join us coming up at 9:30. And Greg will take about 45% of the credit for all of his success.
That is not true. That's not true.
That's not what you were saying earlier.
I
sir.
joke.
All right. So Fela will join us coming up in just about 27 minutes. So we got to get to Anthony Blinken. And remember, there's no H in there, folks. It's Antony, A-N-T-O-N-Y. He's your Secretary of State. And I would imagine when you have conflict between Israel and Hamas, you've got Russia-Ukraine going on. We know, China's lurking around with Taiwan. We've got all sorts of issues globally. The last thing Mr. Blinken would be worried about is inappropriately or accidentally misgendering somebody. But apparently at the State Department, the misgendering pronoun obsession has now taken the department by storm. This story courtesy of Outkick, where they say the following. With war raging overseas, tensions rising with China, and crime and fentanyl flooding across our southern border, you can rest assured that Secretary Antony Blinken is focused on the most important threat facing the United States: misgendering. On February 5th, just days after an Iranian drone strike killed 3 American soldiers, Blinken sent a cable to State Department reminding them of their duty to perpetuate radical gender ideology. Just maybe not in those terms. They go on to say, making assumptions about another person's gender identity based on their appearance or name can be, quote, problematic and send a, quote, harmful, exclusionary message, the memo explained. Blinken has also asked his staff, think about this. This is the Secretary of State. He is asking his staff to avoid using common gendered terms such as mother/father, son/daughter, and husband/wife. Now, let me just take my glasses off for a second here and towel off my forehead for a moment. I'm starting to get a little warm in here. Can I just ask a very pertinent question? What the hell does this have to do with being the Secretary of State of the United States of America? Honest to God, I'm at the point now, and it's like a Tuesday. We come off a nice 3-day weekend. President's Day yesterday. I sat around. I ranked my presidents on my notepad. I had a great day by myself. I wasn't hot and bothered over anything. Why is the Secretary of State, and I got to remember, where does he rank in the hierarchy? Is he number 4, number 5? I forget. I should look that up. Why?
He's pretty high up there.
Why are we worried about misgendering people when we're on the precipice of World War III? Does it matter with any of these egomaniacal nut jobs that have delusional thoughts of invading another country, not respecting somebody's border, and we are focused on not using terminology like mother and father, son and daughter, husband and wife? I would actually if the Biden administration is listening right now, and perhaps they are, can you forward that email to me from Mr. Blinken? I would like to read that and get triggered and get hot and bothered over this absurd obsession with accidentally getting somebody's pronouns or gender identity wrong. We just went through this exercise last week where we had the awful shooting at Joel Osteen's megachurch in Houston. And we played you that clip, I think, on the cut sheet, or maybe it was in segment, where the Houston police spent 25 seconds at the podium where they wanted to make sure that they properly addressed the shooter and got their gender identity correct. Why are we infatuated with, first of all, the gender identity as a whole? But secondly, when it comes to something such as a completely unhinged, deranged individual that decides to shoot up a church, and of all the things that you should be bothered by, the fact that somebody even had those thoughts, that they followed through with the act of doing it, the family members of those that lost somebody or had somebody injured, and we're worried about not getting their pronouns correct or their we don't know if this was a biological male that became a female or a biological female that thinks he's a male. Why don't we just, Trump was right. Bring back insane asylums. That's what we need, because this whole country is going bat bleep crazy over the whole gender ridiculous stuff. I just can't do it anymore. Now we got our Secretary of State, which he should be worried about things that truly matter on a global stage right now. This is a guy that's been to Israel how many times since October? I think 2 or 3 times. I mean, I would say you have a lot of other things that you need to worry about right now. But once again, with this administration, they're worried about the optics and the presentation of not bothering or offending or triggering somebody because normal, sane, functional people got confused as to what you claim you are this week. I'm sorry. If you want to live in fantasy world and pretend to be something you're not, knock yourself out. I'm not losing sleep over it anymore. New rule.
Well, I just think with an unprecedented number of illegals coming from the north, from the southern crosswalk, as I call it,
yeah,
and terrorists among them on the terror watch list. I think actually it's a good idea that Anthony over there knows how to use the correct pronoun, if and when one of these terror suspects is caught.
It's a great point.
Greeting folks coming over the border.
Do we have to make sure that we get everybody's pronouns as they illegally enter our country? I mean, if we're going to have 300,000 people come through the southern border in December 2023 alone, are we focused on maybe, I don't know, screening them and keeping them out? Or what? This is just the floodgates are open. We might as well get their pronouns correct if they're going to be here, right?
Amen. So it should be a policy. Make sure.
I'm just so exhausted by that. So that's the first thing with the gender pronouns.
You're all triggered.
I am. Like I'm Dawn, I'm legitimately sweating. It's coming off my forehead right now. I thought I wouldn't sweat till I got on the treadmill at around 11:15 today. And this is, I'm going to need your help on this because Greg and I really can't speak to this. Now, my wife, we bottle fed our kids. She did not breastfeed. And I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. You do whatever you want as a mom. But the UK's NHS has since declared, by the way, the British government health agency, for those that don't know, have declared that drug-induced milk from trans women, which would be biological males who become female through their, surgical procedure and, hormones and all this other stuff, the treatments that they get, it's just as healthy for babies as breast milk from a female mother. That according to a letter that was leaked to the Telegraph on Sunday. It says, quote, in a letter to campaigners, the University of Sussex Hospitals NHS Trust has said that the milk produced by trans women after taking a combination of drugs is comparable to that produced following the birth of a baby. Are you buying that a biological man who becomes a female that then decides to breastfeed a child, that milk is of the same caliber as a biological female's breast milk, Dawn Stenzlin? I can't really speak on this issue. I just remember feeding my daughters a bottle from time to time when my wife said, get over here and help, we have twins.
Well, I have a question about it because I wonder, first of all, if you're on hormones like that, because I breastfed both my boys until, as Larry says, they were saying, hey, Ma, where's lunch? And then he's like, just kidding.
So you breastfed them until they were 12.
I'm just teasing. But I did go at least a year. And so ultimately for this, you have to be careful. I didn't even drink coffee.
Really?
Because everything from through your breast milk, if you have Tylenol, you take Tylenol, you take anything,
they get it.
They get it.
Yep.
And so if you're on these powerful hormones that are, you know what I mean? The hormones are quite powerful. I would wonder, do they transfer to the baby? Number one.
Right.
Number two, I was looking it up while you were talking about it, Nick, and in all seriousness, I know that they can gain breasts if they take the hormones, but I don't know that they would have. I don't know that they would produce enough milk.
Yeah.
To be honest, because like my boys were like, you know what I mean. Babies are hungry. You're feeding them, with your girls. So I just I think that's absurd. And in all seriousness, they should, because of political correctness, they should not tell somebody, oh yeah, it's fine, when in fact your body's loaded with hormones.
Yeah.
You're taking, right?
They go on to say the same combination of drugs can be given to a biological male who first needs to grow breast tissue capable of lactation, the outlet added. This requires them to take testosterone suppressants along with oestrogen and progesterone hormone treatment. Once there's enough breast tissue, the brain must be stimulated to produce prolactin, which can be done by giving two other types of hormones and treatments. So what other things did you have to avoid taking as you were breastfeeding? You said you couldn't drink coffee, you couldn't take Tylenol. Was there like a full list of things that you just simply couldn't?
Yeah.
And you had to do that for a year?
Yeah. Well, at least.
Wow.
At least. I think it was like 18 months.
Okay.
But
was it difficult to stay that disciplined?
No, I avoided spicy, and every baby's different. If your baby, because if your baby gets gassy because of was it something like something spicy or whatever. But I avoided all that stuff. So I would definitely say avoid powerful hormones, that would change a biological male to female. Yeah. I'm just thinking that can't be good for the kid.
That's what I'm saying. If you're worried, don't sense about taking Tylenol.
Right.
Can you imagine having these hormones? What that's doing to the baby? No. Are you kidding me? What doctor is signing off on this, by the way?
I'm telling you, man, we're living in crazy times. No, it's because it's big business. That's why it's signed off on.
And by the way, to me, all this stuff is cruel. So somebody who's gone through whatever they're going through, and now they're taking hormones, and now they're being told, oh, well, you can breastfeed. You should do. To me, this is cruelty to somebody that's going through something in their life that is probably pretty tough, and I have a lot of compassion. But then to say, oh, you should try breastfeeding is not for all women. Biological. Yeah. I know women who've tried and they cried over, and I was like, look, they're hungry. Yeah. Whether it's the bottle or the boob, they're going to take it. Don't worry. This is just adding another layer of pressure and stress on folks already mentally, having some issues here.
You hear all these stories about these junkies, these junkie mothers who may have heroin in their system or something like that, and they're breastfeeding, and then the kid is addicted to heroin. Or back in the 80s and 90s, the whole AIDS epidemic that was happening then, God forbid, you were HIV positive and you didn't know it through the breast milk, you could pass it along to the kid. You think of all of these things that is basically child abuse to an infant. This is the same thing, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, and this is going to continue to be permitted because according to some stuff online I'm reading here from one of these publications, by 2032, this is going to be a $14 billion annual business.
Yep. Follow the money.
Follow the money.
Well, then, speaking of follow the money, just wait until the kid grows up and has cancer or has problems, and then they're going to sue, and there'll be class action lawsuits. The lawyers always win,
there you go.
But then they stop this stuff.
All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, and if Anthony Blinken can forward me that email, I'd like to read it later today. All right, coming up next, we've got our morning mystery movie clip, and then Jimmy Fallon will join us at the bottom of the hour. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Blue Chew. That's right, fellas. You might have lost a little bit of step. You maybe lost a little bit of your swagger, your confidence, your ability, your game. But we've got the solution for you. Blue Chew tablets. It's a performance enhancement that will get you back in top shape. And you know the shape we're talking about. And it's got the same active ingredient as Levitra, but it's at a much more cost-friendly price. Blue Chew's licensed medical professionals will work with you to find the right ingredient and the right strength for your prescription. And you're going to have no doctor visits, no awkward conversations, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. And it ships right to your door in a discreet package. And here's a special deal to Kayal & Company listeners. Try Blue Chew for free. That's right, free. When you use promo code 1210 at checkout, just pay the $5 for shipping. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 to receive your first month free.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your oral health can have an impact on your heart health. That's where my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist comes in. Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton talks about it a lot because studies have shown the bacteria in your mouth from gum disease and gingivitis can have a negative effect on your heart. Visit Dr. Bentz today to get on the path to good oral health. He delivers state-of-the-art care for his patients. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call for your appointment, 610-272-6949.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Mike, I'm excited. The Eagles' home opener is in Brazil.
Jalen Hurts can't read defenses in English. How the heck's he gonna read them in Portuguese?
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. GoConklin.com!
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at ibx.com.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Save the most on new appliances now during the President's Day Mega Sale at National Appliance Warehouse. National Appliance Warehouse is the only retailer big enough and with enough buying power to guarantee the lowest prices with Price Assure. Using cutting-edge technology, Price Assure monitors chain stores to confirm the National Appliance Warehouse price is lowest. Electronic price tags are updated in real time if necessary. Shop with confidence because Price Assure comparison shops for you. The lowest prices and the best customer service come together at National Appliance Warehouse. Industry-leading professionals are ready to answer questions and help match you with the perfect appliances. They'll make it easy and quick to select your new appliances. Over 100 brands are available at the lowest prices of the year, including Sub-Zero, Wolf, GE, LG, Samsung, Frigidaire, KitchenAid, and Cafe, just to name a few. The National Appliance team does it all, including delivery, installation, and extended financing. Located in tax-free Wilmington, National Appliance Warehouse is an easy ride off 202.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 9:23 as we continue having flashbacks to Eddie Murphy in 48 Hours right now.
Roxanne!
Sitting in the
jail.
In the jail cell, yeah. Such a great movie.
Oh, it's so good. They went 8 years, by the way, between the first and the second one.
Another 48 Hours, not as good as the original, but still a solid movie.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And speaking of movies, look what time it is. It's 9:23 on this Tuesday morning. And by the way, Jimmy Fallon coming up in just about 10 minutes. But right now, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Greetings, aviators. Lights on. All right, Phoenix, let's take this guy out.
Watch your back, Phoenix.
Break right.
Breaking right.
Where's he going?
That's why we call him Hangman. He'll always hang you out to dry.
Leaving your wingman. There's a strategy I haven't seen in a while. He called you a man, Phoenix. You gonna take that?
So long as he doesn't call you a man. Talk to me, Bob. Where's Maverick?
Jesus, his nose is already coming around.
Get off me, Hangman!
For all you folks at home, this is how you bury a fossil.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And today's prize is a pair of Fandango movie tickets to see Dune Part 2. Experience the exciting return to the harsh planet Arrakis. I'm going to need a translation for all of this. In Denis Villeneuve's breathtaking new Dune Part 2, starring Timothy Chalamet, Zendaya, Josh Brolin, Florence Pugh, and many more.
Look at you.
Filmed entirely for IMAX. See Warner Brother Pictures and Legendary Pictures. Dune Part 2, only in theaters on March 1st. Caller 12-855-839-1210 if you can identify that clip. And Anthony Dorenzo says I pronounced that correctly. There you go. See, I'm learning. Just takes a little time, folks. All right, a couple of things to get to here. If you missed any of the show this morning, where have you been? We started at 6 a.m. Big Take was on Donald Trump and the over $354 million ruling that came down from Engoron and Letitia James, the Attorney General in New York, on Friday. And it really is amazing if you think about it. Most people, Trump is very polarizing. He is a very divisive figure. You either love him or you can't stand him. There's nowhere in between. But the thing that I found most fascinating, outside of the obvious, which was there's no precedent for this type of crime and punishment. There's no victim. And the alleged victims were the banks. And the banks were basically testifying on behalf of Donald Trump, saying, no, we love doing business with Trump. But the thing that I was most floored by over the weekend, whether it was reading stuff from legal scholars or even going in checking out CNN or MSNBC, the amount of people, and just from a talking head perspective, and I played the clip for you in the Big Take this morning, the fact that they were wondering, even on MSNBC, if this was fair, I thought really speaks volumes to the fact that what we are watching is truly unprecedented. And then you have guys like Jonathan Turley talking about how Engoron could not put aside his disdain for Donald Trump and hands down a ruling like we have never seen before. And obviously Trump will have 30 days to appeal this. His lawyers already starting to put a game plan together. And keep in mind that this was only really, quote, the sentencing phase, kind of, in a way. Remember, this was already ruled upon back in September. So when this thing started up again in October through just this past Friday, this was to arrive at the conclusion on what the punishments should be financially, as well as from a business perspective, whether or not he would be able to operate in New York or how long he would be barred from doing such business practices. And the punishment is 3 years and then $354 million. You tack on interest. You think about his sons. You got Eric Trump gets hit for $3 million. Trump Jr. gets hit for $4 million. You throw in the $83 million for the E. Jean Carroll case, and you're looking at well over $430 some odd million. And I think it's interesting when you say, wow, that's obviously massive. It's ridiculous. It's unfair, all of which is true. And then you look at his reported net worth, and according to many experts, his net worth is about $2.3 billion. So you do the math, you're looking at somewhere between 20 and 25% of all of his assets, all of his properties. And I go down the list. I don't know that anybody is ever going to see it because let's just say in a fantasy world, he decided not to appeal, which, of course, that's not going to happen. He's going to appeal. He would have 30 days to pay this. Does anybody actually think that Trump, these people are going, well, for New York, it's the state, it's the government. Do you think the government's actually going to see this money anytime soon? I would argue no. E. Jean Carroll, $83 million. And we're not even talking about what we have coming up here next month in March, which is the Alvin Bragg case. So, as I said in the big take this morning, we're at a point now where this is going to be court TV centric for the next 7 or 8 months. You've got January 6th coming up. Obviously, we'll see how the ballot stuff plays out. We've got the classified documents. But as I said this morning, to me, incredibly politically motivated. Letitia James, I mean, you talk about Fannie Willis. There was we played you the clip. There's just a different level of hatred. Like, I think she literally hates Trump's guts. I really do.
Yeah.
And I think that was pretty obvious in her campaign message that we played for you, where she tried to come out after the ruling, by the way, last Friday. I never campaigned on it. This was about the rule of law and nobody's above the law. And then, of course, you hear the message from a few years ago. She's out in the streets with a megaphone like she's a pro-Palestinian protester. You know, she's basically telling from the river to the sea, I'm going to get Trump is what she was saying. And she claims that she did. So
yeah, according to everything I'm seeing, in order to appeal, he must put up that cash or put up. Well, there's reports that he has $600 to $700 million in cash. So one of his attorneys spoke out and said, yes, he has the cash. He's going forward. But I think that's part of the reason he was in Philadelphia selling sneakers for $400 pop.
I don't think he always thought about owning his own sneaker, right?
So I think he's raising some money.
I don't blame him. 855-839-1210. All right, so we do have our winner. Let's get our morning mystery movie clip winner. We've got Todd, who is with us. Todd, good morning. What movie clip did we play for you?
Oh, that was a hard one, guys. I don't know if I could figure that one out. It's Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah, buddy. Nice work. Congratulations. You got the Fandango movie tickets. Congratulations, Todd.
Thank you so much, guys.
You are welcome. Todd joining us. And now we welcome in our next guest.
Well, no, we should break first.
All right, yeah. Quick break. We'll come back and we'll get to Jimmy Fallon because the book is out. New York Times bestseller. Woohoo! Cancel Culture Dictionary, an A to Z guide to winning the war on fun. The funny Jimmy Fallon from Fox News. Next on Kayal and Company.
But you know, my kitchen is the heart of my home. If your kitchen, or maybe you have a bathroom that's outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979 right here in Pennsylvania. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation today and bring your new kitchen or bath back to life. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. And right now, listen to this. They're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit them at kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $1 billion in debt. earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Rob Bradford here. I have set out on a mission with my good friends at FanDuel to prove what I have known for some time. Baseball isn't boring. Now I have a daily podcast to prove it with some of the most notable people in the baseball world, screaming baseball isn't boring from the mountaintops, or at least agreeing to come on our show. Players, managers, GMs, and yes, even the commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred. It has been a constant wave of baseball's most powerful voices. So join the revolution. Subscribe and soak in Baseball Isn't Boring. Listen on your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You'll be glad you did.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.35, Kayal and Company, as we roll on. This segment brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. If you're renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Check them out online, TommyD's.com, or visit their showroom in Philadelphia. As we welcome in our first guest of the morning, our only guest of the morning. He is the great Jimmy Fallon of Fox News, and he's with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Jimmy, how you doing, buddy?
Better now. Good to have some Philly energy in my morning commute. I just got cut off and shot at. I'm not even kidding. I'm on 6th Avenue in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And all of you guys, I heard you guys talking earlier about, like, pro-Hamas protesters. Do you know, as a former New York City cab driver, I know half of Hamas?
Stop.
Everybody's trying to broker a ceasefire. I'm like, just put me on the phone. I'll put this to bed right now.
Well, Jimmy, the book is out, New York Times bestseller. You can get it on Amazon right now. The Cancel Culture Dictionary. It's an A to Z guide on winning the war on fun. So if I'm keeping track here, TV show, radio show, comedy tours, books. What was the motivating factor here to write something like this? Because cancel culture is one of the things that really gets under my skin.
Well, first of all, thanks for reminding the world I'm peaking in life right now.
Yes, you are.
Like, this is the nadir in the Jimmy Fallon behind the music. After this, it's all just a series of videos where I bottom out in public and self-destruct. Essentially, what made me want to write this book is that a lot of people were getting that sort of behind-the-music crescendo undeservedly, meaning cancel culture created this whole cottage industry of people that got out of bed every morning looking to ruin someone who had accomplished something they themselves could not. That's essentially what it is. Social media created that movement. We always had this before social media. There were people who got out of bed looking to get mad at comedians, but prior to social media, we didn't call them cancel culture. We just called them losers, you know? And the truth is, as much as it makes your blood boil, people in both parties have come to hate them. And I feel like the success of this book does two things. One, it is a testament to the fact that we are, I think, turning a corner on the era of incentivized outrage. And then the other is there's just a historic thing happening in that I'm probably the first community college graduate on the bestseller list. No. I love that. Everyone else on the list, like I looked up their bios, they have like 12 years degrees in advanced studies. I majored in Zelda at Nassau Community College.
Jimmy Fallon, Fox News, is joining us. And look, You know, Jimmy, I said this before you came on the show earlier this morning, and I'm not trying to start any battles, but I think you have become the premier funny guy at Fox. You have passed Gutfeld in my funny rankings, just saying. Not trying to pander and kiss your butt, but that's the truth.
Listen. Go ahead. I'm listening.
One of the things I like about the way you approach things is you kind of come at it from a different angle. And you said you're in Manhattan right now at 6th and whatever. What is your unique spin on what transpired Friday with Letitia James, Judge Engeron, and Trump to the tune of $365 million?
Ooh, I'll give you the full take on this. And just to be clear, so people understand, comedy's subjective. There are people who like me better than Gutfeld. They're known as experts in the field. I kid. No, he's a good egg. I try to, honestly, we fight a lot on the air. Off the air, we get along well. Like, I reach out. Like, I tried to take him to Six Flags over the summer, but he couldn't get on the ride.
So, that's not right. Come on, he's short.
But I reach out. He is.
Well, neither can Dana Perino.
Well, this is the one thing. Dana Perino is so powerful, she actually can get on the ride. Like, she calls, like, a guy by the name of Bob Six Flags. There's, like, an actual guy. And threatens him and says, like, George W. Bush will nuke his ranch in Texas. And the next thing you know, me and Perino are on lightning loops, living like we've never lived before. So her height is not holding her back. She has so much heat. But here's the thing about the Trump thing.
Yep.
Okay, and you guys kind of know this. There's a manufactured hysteria when it comes to Donald Trump, meaning he has said crazy things, but that's not new. Trump has been a national media figure for 40 years where he made quite the name for himself by saying crazy, aggressive, assertive things. This idea, though, that he entered politics and suddenly became a threat to the ruling elites is why they suddenly started feigning outrage at Trump's moral character. It's not new. It's the same guy from Celebrity Apprentice, which, oh, by the way, was on NBC for 15 years. So this idea that Trump is some kind of fringe loony who came from a white supremacist rally is kind of hilarious when you consider he's cashing royalty checks from the same network accusing him of that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So the Letitia James, crescendo with Ergeron and everything in between, that's just, sort of like the Georgia indictments and the special counsel indictment with Jack Smith. That's a Democratic reaction to their own manufactured hysteria, meaning they think what they're doing is justified because they believe the script that they've been feeding the American people. But most folks see that it's gone too far, if only because, as I'm sure you said, if nobody's claiming victimhood, meaning the bank isn't mad, the lender isn't mad, then you have charged a guy for murder, but there's no dead person. So at that point, like, you don't have to be a financial analyst to realize it's a scam, and that's what we're watching play out. People who are very emotional about Trump don't realize how crazy they look to the rest of us who aren't that emotional about Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
By the way, Jimmy, I bought your book, Cancel Culture Dictionary, an A to Z Guide in Winning the War on Fun. I bought it on Audible. I hope that goes towards your New York Times bestseller counting, because I wanted to hear you deliver these lines that were written in the book, because I know you, and it's just, to me, it's funnier hearing you say these lines.
Oh, come on, Stalker. Well, first of all, thanks for buying the book. You sure know how to make a girl feel special. But for the record, okay, this is a story no one knows. This is a total PHT exclusive. I haven't even told the story on my show for some reason.
Wow.
So when I recorded that, this is such a great story. When I recorded that audiobook, okay, wherever I happened to record it in Manhattan, in the booth next to me was Alec Baldwin, okay? He does some kind of podcast or NPR thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but the story gets so much better, okay? So on the days I was recording the audiobook, okay, it was a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That night, the previous night before I ran into Alec Baldwin, I had guest hosted for Gutfeld and told the following joke in my opening monologue. You can see the jokes all over the internet, okay? I said, if there's any doubt about how stupid these pro-Hamas protesters are, here's a clip of them confronting Alec Baldwin over a ceasefire in Gaza. I said, guys, Alec Baldwin couldn't get a ceasefire on his own movie set. That was the joke. Anyway, I ran into him the next day. Now, I don't know if he saw the joke or knew the clip, but he was not friendly. Oh, my God.
Did you talk to him?
No. So let me tell you how it works, okay? At a lot of these studios where people are working on a lot of different projects, sometimes this happens at, like, actual film studios. If there is, like, a community area where, like, a communal kitchen where, like, people eat their lunches, it is actually pretty customary for the people working on all the different projects to kind of eat lunch together just so they can unplug for 20 minutes and just talk. Hey, what's up? What are you working on? What's going on? Well, anyway, for the days I was there working on this project, everyone there did that except Baldwin. He walked out of his studio, grabbed a sandwich, looked at me like, ugh, and walked away with his fat, hairy arm to go hang out with his wife who's faking a Spanish accent. Good for him.
Jimmy Fallon, the book is Cancel Culture Dictionary, an A to Z guide to winning the war on fun.
I have one more question for you on this. I saw on your Instagram, Jimmy Fallon, that you go around to Walmarts and sign copies of your new book and put them back on the shelf. Is that true?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I'm not kidding. I do it at Walmart because they're the only retailer that won't arrest me for it. You know, my book is in a lot of, like, indie bookstores in New York where they'd probably tase me for vandalizing, and they wouldn't even care that I was a guy in the corner because they just want an excuse to tase the Fox News guy. But there are right now around the country about 200 at Walmarts around the country, including 2 in your general vicinity.
Really?
One in South Jersey.
South Jersey.
Yeah, because when I went down to see Dana in Point Pleasant, I signed at, I got to get the town right now. Now, what the heck? I signed like an exit south of her. She was at exit 98, was Point Pleasant.
Yeah.
So we were by where the Atlantic City Expressway is, I believe, is 39A. Whatever the Walmart is in that town. Is it like Brigantine or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
But me and my son each signed a book in that Walmart. And then by your hood, well, of course, you guys know where Temple University is.
Of course, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
I don't want to out my best friend from high school, but he works at Temple. And when I went to visit him and his wife, who hates me and hates Fox News, by the way, it's always a good get-together, we retreated to his Walmart, and we signed 5 books there.
Oh, nice.
So if they're still on the shelves, you could actually go, and it's mine. And what I do is I put my taxi cab medallion on there, which I don't say out loud, but that's where you know it's like my authentic code or whatever the hell it is.
So we know it's actually signed by you, right? Because it has.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know it's signed by me because I write like a Chick-fil-A cow, you know.
Eat more chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
Jimmy Fallon, great stuff, Jimmy. Thank you so much. And by the way, if you are able to broker peace since you do know half of Hamas, can you break that news on this show or this station with us?
Yo, I already gave you the Alec Baldwin excuse.
Come on, what more do you need?
I need more, Jimmy. I'm greedy, brother.
That was the most radio thing in the world. I love you guys.
By the way, Jimmy, I love you. I'm so happy for your success. I feel like here on WPHT, you know, when you used to fill in here in the mornings, you know, we kind of watched you blossom, and you'll be the 1210 audience will be hearing more from Jimmy Fallon in the months to come. I will just leave it at that.
They better. Listen, Stocker's been making me this promise. You're like my dad of radio. My dad's been promising me Disney World for a long time, but I still love you.
I
still
love
my
you,
dad.
too. I love you, man.
You're my abusive radio stage dad. You're my Joe Jackson. He actually calls me up. He's like, "You were late on your dance moves, Jimmy." I'm like, "Come on, Daddy, I'm trying." One day I'm going to record Thriller just to get Stocker back.
Oh, man.
I love you guys.
Love you, man.
I love
Good
you.
stuff. Thank you, Jimmy.
Take care.
There he is.
Have a great day, guys.
Yes, indeed. Jimmy Fallon, there's a little dial tone.
Yeah.
You can get the book, Amazon.com. It's a New York Times bestseller, and you can get it on hardback, audio, or Kindle.
Yeah, by the way, the Audible version is amazing. Just to hear Jimmy tell those stories, and I only made it through B last night, so it's like 6 hours, but you know, a couple car rides, I'll be done with it. It's great.
I've never actually gone down the route of doing the audio book.
So much better. It's so right.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
Yeah.
I love audiobooks.
All right. There you go. Get it down. Jimmy Fallon, Cancel Culture Dictionary. If you want the old hard book style, hardcover, $22.38 on Amazon. All right. Coming up next, we'll wrap it up with what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Who won Twitter today? Are we doing today?
We are.
Okay,
We are.
so we are going to do today in music history, even though Phil's at the Daytona 500. So we'll do that as we wrap up the show next on Kayal and Company.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Attention dental professionals. The Dudat Dental Group, official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, is hiring. If you're an associate dentist, assistant, or hygienist and ready for that next step in your dental career, then the Dudat Dental Group wants to meet you. Dudat features state-of-the-art locations with the latest technology, including robotic-guided implant placement. Dudat also offers health insurance, paid holidays and vacation, health savings account, 401k, and more. The Dudat Dental Group. Apply today at PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Come on, honey, let's go. We're going to be late for the game.
I can't find the keys. I swear I left them here on the counter.
I told you at least 10 times. Get a spare from a Causland Lock Service. You don't have to make an appointment.
I know, and they're located right off of 95. I'll have to call them.
Don't put yourself in the doghouse or miss a good time because you can't find your keys. Call McCausland Lock Service today and get a quote for your vehicle. 610-430-1500. That's 610-430-1500.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 4. Find out everything you need to know about buying and selling a home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday at 4. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Walking down this rocky road, wondering where my life is leading, rolling on to the bitter end.
Kayal and Company, 9:52 as we roll on Tuesday morning. The Dawn Show coming up at the top of the hour, and we find out what she has lined up just 8 minutes out.
Yeah, and we're watching the deadline, obviously, for Jack Smith is today, where he has to answer some of the appeals with the Supreme Court with the Trump motion. So we're watching all of that, and as well the fallout after the Judge Engoron ridiculous ruling that came down. There's also COVID news, a new study concerning, according to the largest vaccine study to date, So we'll go through that important medical news. But we got a great lineup thanks to Anthony Dorenzo. Beth Ann Rossica, she's going to talk about her latest piece in Broad and Liberty, which is which books are really banned in local school districts.
Oh.
And, I'll give you a hint. Senator Tim Scott, his book is not in any of our local libraries. But she goes through it and talks about real book bans and what's going on. And she's our education specialist, so she's fantastic. Beth Ann Rossica, 10:03. And then coming up in the 11 a.m. hour, Christine Flowers, her latest piece. And then we also have a special guest in between as we look at Kristen Lapis, who's the director of Giannis, The Marvelous Journey. She's an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker, and we'll talk about The Marvelous Journey out now on Amazon Prime Video. So Anthony loves to give us a break sometimes, something to watch that's not political, where you can escape, right?
Yeah.
And that's wonderful. And then hopefully Anthony has saved a little something exclusive with his Trump encounter. And he can, give us, right?
That's correct.
Anthony was there with Trump.
Yes, he was.
So we'll get the exclusive. I know he said he gave up some exclusives this morning already, but hopefully he saved a little golden nugget for us.
Okay, sounds good. Don't forget, also at 12 o'clock, Nikki Haley, State of the Race, coming out.
Woo.
You have a packed show today. How do you pack all that in 2 hours?
Woo, we will.
I know.
Speed. And then I just saw on Fox, Trump is doing a town hall on Fox tonight at 7. I think they just announced it, by the way.
At 7?
7 p.m.
Yeah, that's going to be with Laura Ingraham.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Hannah didn't get that exclusive.
No.
Sean might be a little mad. All right, Greg Stocker, let's get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 20th, we celebrate the birthdays of Walter Becker of Steely Dan, John Giles of the J. Giles Band, and Kurt Cobain, of course, of Nirvana. Notable singles from today include Good Times Roll by the Cards in 79 and Don't You Forget About Me by Simple Minds in 85. One notable album from today was Pretzel Logic by Steely Dan, released in 74. And lastly, on this day in 2003, we sadly lost 100 people when a fire broke out during a Great White Show at the Station nightclub in West Warwick, Rhode Island. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Alquist.
Nice work, Phil. And don't forget about me, obviously, the song at the end of The Breakfast Club that we mentioned earlier this morning.
Yep.
There you go. Yep. All right, Greg Stocker, let's find out who won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Who won Twitter, sponsored by United Tire. I'm going to give it to Marcus Aurelius. He talking about the NYPD dance team.
Oh, jeez.
He says that dance team should be called Cirque du Salami.
It's
not right. It's not right.
Cirque du Salami.
We all want to trust the people that service our cars. That's why you should get to United Tire and Service. They always get you the very best tire prices by shopping the competition to save you money on all the major brands. Visit UnitedTire.com, UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United, UnitedTire.com.
And you know it goes well with salami, right?
Mustard.
All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Tuesday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show's coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as our favorite senator from Pennsylvania would say,
good night, everybody.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure, if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So, when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month.
Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99%.